right, welcome to the 2025-2026 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. We are about to get underway soon for some racing. I am joined here by Abigail and Tegan.
Good morning. Good morning. He needs to go around.
We've got a long heat session ahead of us. Now, you might think, oh, wow, we're going from 8:30 in the morning, early start, finishing at 1 o'clock. It's an hour shorter. Great job at that time there. And we are underway with our first event, boys 12 to 14, 400-metre freestyle. We've got 6 heats of this event. Looks like this to me once again is going to be self-marshalling, so that means that all athletes should try and get to their race about 3 heats before their event. We've got 3 guys in this race. But how are we feeling, girls?
Yeah, definitely a bit of an early wake-up for the morning, but it is great to see so many of our young swimmers out here for age. This 12 to 14 years age group, I really love watching them because for most of them it's their first major championship, so it's one of the first opportunities that they get to race other high-performing athletes across Victoria that are the same age as them.
Yeah, it's obviously fantastic to see 6 heats in this 400-metre freestyle as well. So these younger athletes really taking on the challenge of doing these longer distance events.
Do they hand out medals for 12-year-olds, 13-year-olds and 14-year-olds at the end, or is it all in the 12 to 14 bracket?
I'm pretty sure they do hand out individually for 12 to 13, but don't get me wrong.
We're going to fact check ourselves. We're going to fact check ourselves quickly.
Yeah.
Also, very good to note, people watching on the live stream won't be able to see, but they've implemented some new technology over the last year or two where you can actually look up at the scoreboard and see your split as it happens. And I love this feature because this is a huge thing in America especially, where you can check, you've got a red time for if you were slower than the last 50 or green time if you were faster than the last 50. Now in a 200 IM that's completely useless, but for a 400 free it is so good for the coach to see when their athlete starts dropping off.
Absolutely, and even in the inverse of that, when their athlete starts picking it up, if you can see from the 300 metre on mark that you're starting to see more of the green, and that's definitely a clear indicator that the athlete in the pool is really kicked up and pushing towards the end of that race, which we really love to see. Also, speaking about new technology, there are also no timekeepers on the pool deck. That's because they're using the Hawkeye technology. So there are a bunch of camera systems in the roofings looking at the touchpads to see when the athletes are gliding into the walls to verify the times that the touchpads are picking up.
Because sometimes you'll get a loose wire or something like that and the touchpad won't work. Now, the touchpad activates under 1 kilogram of pressure. So just about every athlete here should be producing 1 kilo of pressure when they put their hand onto the wall. But if they don't, or if it gets muddled up in some waves or whatnot, if the time machine doesn't work, this system was major on the international scene a couple of years ago, and I believe in order to have national events here at MSAC, they needed to implement this because it was the international standard.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a lot of this technology coming out, especially in the 2022 World Short Course Championships when Melbourne hosted one of the biggest events on the international swimming scene.
Just shifting our focus to the pool now. These first and second boys here, Jason and Patrick, not even a second they're separating the two of them.
We can see some of those green times that we were talking about. They're really, looks like Jason has pulled away just a little bit here, but Patrick Clark is definitely replying with some vigour of his own. It's not like these guys can draft off each other's weight. They've separated by Austin Baxter in the middle there.
Yeah, and these boys are coming into the last 100 metres of this 400 free. So if these athletes are, say, structuring this race as 4x100s, this is the block in which they are putting everything in. Their legs are burning, but despite it all, they are going to be trying to increase their rate whilst keeping that strong catch on the water.
These guys are going to absolutely smash their PB if my mathematics is correct. 5 minutes 15 and 5 minutes 16 for Jason and Patrick, respectively. What you want to see from these early heats, you wouldn't expect that all these guys are going to make finals and win medals, especially seeing as some of these guys in the later heats are about a minute faster than them on seed time. What you want to see as a coach and as a parent is just improvement. You know, this should be their major meet of the year. This is what they need to improve and work towards. So you want to make sure that that is definitely being achieved. Patrick Clark is making a massive move here. It looks like his race plan was just to hang off whoever was leading the race and just dominate them in the last 25, because that is exactly what he's done. As he comes down to the wall, 34 seconds on the last 50, 4 seconds faster than any other 50 he did with a push start, and he breaks that 5-minute barrier for the first time. Incredible job. Jason Wang has just decided to keep going. He went, stuff it, 800 metres. Let's go more. Let's go more. And after his extra 50 of work, Jason comes into the wall. I'm not going to lie, I've done that before. As a swimmer, especially as a distance swimmer, I only swam long course for quite a while. And when the whistle went, that meant 100 metres to go.
Oh, yeah,
swam long course. We'll just wait for the start here. So that meant 100 metres to go, because all I swam was long course, 800s and 1500s as a kid. I then came to a short course meet, had the whistle, went, awesome, 100 metres to go. Now I was leading the race, and that meant that I did my 100 metres. Turns out that the whistle means 2 laps.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean 100 metres.
Exactly.
So that's 50 metres here at short course, and because I did the extra 50, every other person in the race did an extra 50 metres with me.
Elliot's trendsetter, everyone.
Yeah, well, listen, we were 13-year-olds. We didn't really know what we were doing.
Yeah.
But, yeah, so I will say 16 laps. It's hard to keep track when they have, you're meant to be thinking about what your coach has told you, how you're feeling, not pissing yourself halfway through a race, or maybe that was just me. You've got to keep count on the laps. It's so hard to do it sometimes, so I don't blame poor Jason Wang there for going that extra distance, but I hope that he learns off the back of it. He's just a young 12-year-old up-and-comer.
Yeah, for sure, exactly. And now we're also in Heat 2, turning our attention back to the pool. We have a full heat this time, which is great to see. Looking at the names of the clubs, we've got a lot of country kids, so it's really great to see them coming out from Whoop Whoop, coming into the pool and giving it a real old crack at MSAC.
I always felt bad. There were some people I raced from at Chuka, and it was just such a long drive for them every time. I felt dreadful, and he was one of the best athletes in Victoria at the time. But these guys, like Traralgon's a little bit closer, isn't it? It's basically a stone's throw away comparatively.
Sure is. We have lane 3 and lane 6. We have Jaden Lim, and we also have Hugh Roberts, who have taken out this race from the get-go.
Pretty even across that start there, but these boys have definitely started to pull away that little bit more now. Really nice to see them showcasing their skills like their underwaters and these fast turns. Super important in short course season. We've talked a lot about how important our skills are, particularly in our 25-metre pool.
And lane 3, Jaden Lim has turned at the halfway point in a 2:20.09, shortly followed by Hugh 2 seconds later. These boys continue to separate themselves from the field and are really putting together a strong race at this point.
You can definitely see that Jaden, once again, we're talking about those green times on the board. He's dropped a 36-second 50, about a second and a half faster than anyone else in the pool. So he's obviously got the clear intention of he wants to set his mark early, make sure he finds his pace, finds a good rhythm, and then flows onto each wall. That should be the goal of short course, is to be a bit faster than you are long course, because you can use the advantage off those turns.
Yeah, exactly. And a lot of these athletes, they're sitting around with their entry time plus or minus the 5-minute mark. So coming into a major meet like this, having the goal to get under that major minute milestone and to even get even further beyond that is something that he'll definitely be thinking about as he pushes the pace in this race.
Yeah, it's almost a sense of pride that you get where they set the time at sub 5 minutes in the previous heat. If you're the heat that follows, you have to go that sub 5 in order to basically say, I do deserve to be in this heat. I do deserve to be with these people I'm racing. And these guys out in front are definitely showcasing and putting some pressure on that next heat and saying, that's where I want to go with my swimming.
Looks like Hugh's race plan here, though, is to make that move in that third 100. So dropped off a little bit there in the first 200. Gaydon getting away slightly. But Hugh is trying to catch him. He's definitely picked up that stroke rate, started to incorporate that kick that little bit more.
The main thing that you want to see from these athletes, especially in these lower heats, is just 100%. That's what you want, is 100% effort. I remember coaches back in my day saying, I can't give you a full race plan and race breakdown unless you gave me the 100%. Otherwise, I can, say things that might not have applied here. So it definitely looks like these boys out in front, and we've got good competition in the middle of the pool for these other guys that are racing and want to give the best. But we see a big 6-beat kick here coming in for Jaden Lim, really trying to set a good, solid pace here and get his time somewhere around that 450 mark. And that should put a bit of pressure on the next heat to improve. Comes down under the flags on 447.36. Excellent swim from the young man. About a 10-second improvement for the 13-year-old. Stoked with that, looking up to the crowd.
Yeah, he looks pretty happy with his results, and as he should be, he's put in the miles in training and you can see the results coming through.
As we have our last couple coming down to the wall now. Very close between those final outside lanes, Logan Gibson and Matthew Dacey. And we move on to the next heat now. This will be heat number 3 coming up.
Kick off heat 3 of 6 of our 400-metre freestyle. Off to a flying start there is Dylan Murray in lane 7. Now, I watched Dylan qualify for this event. Super exciting time for him.
He's doing a great job of setting the pace early. Hopefully he isn't too excited about being here. Is this his first state championships?
I'm actually not sure. I used to coach his little brother, so I watched Dylan qualify at the Ringwood meet not too long ago, and his family on the side cheering him on. I'm sure it will be no different here.
We set the time earlier, 31 seconds for that first 50. That's flying. If you extrapolate that out over a whole 400, that's a 4:16 pace. Now, obviously, you won't be able to maintain that speed because the dive is the fastest part of the race, and you're freshest. At the start, you haven't had any fatigue yet, but let's hope that he can keep his splits nice and even. That's what I want to see from a good 400. Is not too much difference between your first 200 and your second 200.
Yeah, exactly. And you've actually raised a really good point there about that first 50. Most coaches will say, in a 400, use that first 50 for its easy speed. Don't go out at a pace that is completely unsustainable. Use the freshness that you have and then settle into the pace that you know you can hold for the rest of the race while still putting on that bit of pressure.
There's fast and then there's fast easy.
Yeah.
You want to be... The way you want to be fast in that first 50 is by having the longest stroke, not spinning your arms quicker. There's 2 ways to get faster in swimming. Increase stroke length or increase stroke time. So the amount of times you can spin the arms over.
Cadence.
Yeah, you want that stroke length to be the majority of your focus in that first 50, because that sets up how you hold the water for the rest of the race. If you hold little water at the start, you're not going to hold much water by the end.
Exactly. It only goes downhill from there once that fatigue starts sitting in. So it is so important to make sure that you're catching as much water as you can at the very front and at the very back of that stroke.
You want to set the hand early and accelerate through to the exit point down by your hip.
Exactly.
We've had a change of leaders there in lane 5. Our swimmer, Ken, taking over that lead into the next 50. But Dylan's not letting him get away too easily, but also making a fantastic move here is our lane 8, Sean. Now, Sean had an excellent start there, was really up with those two boys. Pulled away that little bit, but I wonder if his race plan is to come back in this third 100 and then start to make that move for that first place spot.
You're seeing just a slightly better transition between the end of the swim and the start of when you get your feet on the wall. You want to minimize that time, especially with so many turns. You want to minimize the time between when you finish your last stroke and when you get your feet on the wall, because that's your next bit of propulsion, is that next push off of the wall. And you see that lane 5, Ken Kai there, is doing a much better job than Dylan is, and that's just something that I'm sure he's got to improve over time.
Exactly. This race has 16 laps, so that's 15 walls. Take the 16 minus the 1 dive. So that is 15 opportunities to take off time. So when they're going into the tumble turn, they're going to want to make sure that they get their head down so that they use the momentum from their swimming to flip their feet onto the wall as fast as they can.
Exactly. Now it looks like these two boys out front are just starting to come back to the pack a bit. Raymond Grave is definitely making a move, as well as Aiden out there in lane 2. They've definitely closed this gap. They're basically right up alongside Dylan Murray at the moment. Ken Kai looks like he's being chased down a little bit. Had a bit of hesitation going into that wall. We've only got 50 metres to go. Some of these boys are really starting to take a dent out of this lead, but I think it's going to be too little too late.
Ken is that better at those turns and those underwaters, but it looks like Dylan's that slightly bit faster on top of the water, so he closes that gap every time he reaches that surface. So it'll be interesting to see here, will it be Ken who's really good off those turns and those underwaters, or will it be Dylan who's better on top of the water with his long strokes? Looks like it will be Ken that touches him first there with a 4:48.39. And it will be Dylan there with a 4:49.28 in that second spot.
Lane 1 there, Byron Morgan coming back in at 33-second last 50. Might have given a little bit too much in the back end there. Probably needed to give a bit more early, but a great swim from the majority of those boys there. I see. All right, here we are underway with heat number 4 now. We're over halfway through these 400 freestyles. We'll hopefully get to see a couple of faster swimmers here. Do you remember what times those guys were doing in the previous heat, roughly? 34.
I think it was the 4:48 that took out that last heat.
All right. So not too far off their personal best then. We move on to a couple of. We said that there were some so-called country bumpkins in the last heat. We've got a couple of city slickers here now, but not losing our roots. You know, Wodonga City being represented here by Cooper Scott, as well as Nuttawading and Melbourne swim clubs being represented by some of those athletes in the middle there. Got a visitor in lane 5 as well, Blake. I don't entirely know where do you think he's from? BLGR. I've heard of that club. I've heard of it. We are 150 metres into this race though, and Titus Xiao Wu has got a full body length lead here over our Wodonga City athlete, Cooper Scott, out there in lane 1. Really high stroke on his breathing arm, isn't it? It's almost a straight arm kind of stroke.
Yeah, which is really interesting to see in these distance events, these straight arm stroke. You see it quite a lot over those 50s, but not too often over these 400s. But it looks like Cooper Scott is looking to close that gap between our lane 4 swimmer and himself.
You've also got the 3 athletes here in lanes 5, 6 and 7. They're all a bit, 5, 6, 7. They are all very close together. They've been, it looks like the middle athlete here, Patrick Whitwood, is looking to break away from them. Just put in a little bit of a test the waters, see, are you going to come with me for this 50 metres? You know, just assert that dominance, because if they're not going to go with you, then that can help build some confidence for your race. Moving away from Blake and Edward, but not out of touch. He's not gotten so far that these other two can't catch him, especially in this last 100 metres here. But I think Titus Xiao is basically making an insurmountable lead unless he implodes in the water here. 35-second 50, about 35 mid. However, 34 for Cooper Scott out there in lane number 1. The reason we talk about that, you don't see that high stroke very often, is you usually think that in distance swimming you want your stroke, because you do more of it, to be perfect for longer. But which is why you see great athletes like, you know, Sun Yang, Matt Horton, and Ian Thorpe, Grant Hackett have really beautiful techniques. It's because you need to be able to repeat the stroke for as long as possible, whereas sprinters usually can sometimes have that straight arm stroke because, you know, you just need to power your way through the water. But I'll tell you what, Cooper Scott absolutely demolished this race. It's almost like his negative split. I didn't check his 200-metre split, but he's come in with a negative split attitude to this race. He finishes under that 4:30 barrier. Absolutely outstanding swim for the young man. And I just love it when you can see an athlete with a race plan and they execute that race plan.
This is heat 5 of the boys, 12 to 14 years, 400-metre freestyle. Again, we have a full heat, and we are seeing a very even start from all these boys, but a little bit of a break from our lane 5 athlete, Daniel Collins.
Now, these guys are definitely going to want to push into that top 10 to try and earn their team some points. Obviously, each swim that you can make into the finals, each swimmer earns a certain amount of points. I don't know exactly what the points differential is. If I remember back from my day, it was something like 25 points for a win, a gold medal, 18 points for silver, 15 bronze, and then it went down from there until you got to 1 or 2 points for making the final. But that's what these guys want to do, and then you give overall team point scores to determine which club has had the best meet. Usually going to those bigger clubs like Surrey Park, Nuttawading, or Melbourne Vic Centre in previous years. So, you know, you just want to do the best for your club and for yourself, obviously, and see how many points you can get for your team.
Yeah, absolutely. This heat is a funny one in particular. We have one 12-year-old. We have Elijah Lamont, who is the youngest in our field. He's surrounded by those 14 and 13-year-old boys who have a little bit more experience than him, so he'll be trying to swim fast to get into that final and maybe be the only 12-year-old who makes it into that final, which would be a huge achievement for someone so young.
Exactly. And as a 13, 14-year-old, you need to take it as a sense of pride that you can't let this 12-year-old walk over you. What I love about seeing a 12-year-old in this heat, and you've got two 13-year-olds in the next heat surrounded by 14-year-olds, is usually that means that they're not just relying on their talent to get them to where they are. You look over at Elijah over there in lane 2, and he's got a beautiful technique. His hand entry is almost next to his head, but he extends and glides out to the front of the stroke to really maximise the stroke length. So although he might not have the power of these 13, 14-year-olds as they start to develop a bit before he does, he's got excellent technique, and hopefully that sets him up in the long run.
Yeah, exactly. And even looking at his turns, we've been talking a lot about turns today, especially in the 400 free. He is on that wall quickly, and he is off it quickly just as well. So with every time that he goes off those walls, he'll be able to inch that little bit in front of those people around him.
And the turns are obviously more of an explosive movement, so that's where you'll get, you know, you'll be better as an older athlete, just having that extra muscle to be able to push off those walls with more power more consistently. But something that a 12-year-old has over a 14-year-old is they're just more sprightly. You know, they're not a care in the world. They just want to be in there swimming and enjoying their time. So hopefully that's what we see from him. Daniel Collins and Lachlan Harris are our two leaders, though. They're both splitting around that 34-second barrier, which is really good, and it's been consistent for at least the last 250s. I'd say at least 3. Lachlan Harris is digging a little bit into that lead that we're seeing from Daniel, but just as I say that, Daniel turns around and drops a 33-second 50 metre, and it's just pulled away any gap that Lachlan tried to close in that last 50.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to look to be a tight one between Lachlan and Daniel, but again, he's really making use of those walls. He's breathing off the second stroke every time, so he's continuing the momentum that he builds each lap into the next and into the next.
Once again, talking about seeing race plans, Michael Yu out here in lane 7 also dropped a 33-second 50, so it looks like his plan is to build into the race.
Absolutely. We also seen a 33 low this time from Andrew Wang in lane 3. He's looking to up his speed as he's coming into the last 50. He's turned third, and he's going to want to push those second and first places. We'll see how close he can get.
We're definitely going to see maybe a 32-second swim here from Lachlan Harris in lane 1. You can see those big 6-speed kicks. These guys give everything for this last couple of metres. But I'll tell you what, Daniel Collins has basically led from start to finish 31 seconds on that last 50. Incredible swim from him. An incredible swim from Lachlan Harris in lane 1. And Andrew Wang coming in there third. All of those guys in and around that 4:30 barrier and getting under for a couple of them.
Yep, let's hope we can see these some boys are contenders for the finals. This is our final heat of the boys 400 metre freestyle. We have a full heat with our 13 and 14-year-olds. All of our athletes going very evenly off the start.
Can I get a quick check, please? Is there heats and finals for this, or is this timed final?
Oh, no, it's me.
We're fact-checking ourselves again. The reason I ask is usually when there is heats and finals, you see seeded heats. Whereas for timed finals, it's fastest to slowest. So this, you are seeing fastest, slowest. You're not seeing the second fastest athlete in the second last heat. This has been timed finals.
It is?
It is timed finals.
It is a timed finals.
It is timed
We'll have
finals.
to make a correction, ladies and gents. Apologies for those listening on. This is a timed final.
All right, now, the reason I ask about this is because we're seeing Han Tang Wang here, who's one of Victoria's best swimmers at the moment. He is absolutely stunning, been breaking records left, right and centre, and not breaking records, smashing records. Been absolutely destroying it. And the reason I was going to ask is because if he has to back up and keep doing more events and more events, I'm sure he's got a massive program looking to take out probably best athlete of the meet, you know, due to the highest point scores. And so what he might be doing here is you might see him just chilling with these guys on his left and right for this first 100, 150, maybe even 300 metres. But I expect by the 350 metre mark, even if he's still with them, he's just going to use that speed and swim over the top of them. We saw him do it way earlier in the year at Metro Long Course because he was a good second behind Ishak Ismail. I remember that 200 free that he did where he was about a second behind him and then won the race by 3 seconds, went a 28 for his last 50 after going 33s for the rest of the race. So I know he's got that back-end speed in him, and you can see just as Ishak improves, the other boys are starting to lift as well. He's broken ahead just a little bit, but you can see a lot of green times around the middle of the pool.
Yeah, absolutely. Han Tang is one of those kids I like to call, he's a back-end beast in training. The squad that I'm in trains just after a Dan Gill squad there at Nunawading, and I've seen Han Tang pull out 53s, 54s short course for 100 free at the end of training, just like that. So it's those kind of sets that are preparing him to pull out these back ends like that.
What I love, though, is Ishak he knows that he can't beat Han Tang at his own game. So he says, okay, you want to catch me? You're going to have to do it, and I'm going to set the pace early. And if you want to come with me, I'm going to take you out of your element and do something that you're not used to. Because I suspect all three of these guys are going to be having massive programs. Yi Jing out there in lane 5. You've got Han Tang in lane 4, who we know will have a big program. And Ishak was in just about every race when I saw him earlier this year at Metros. So we're going to see him a lot. On the other end of it as well, he's a different age group. Han Tang's like 13 years old. So he doesn't, if they do hand out medals separately for 14, 13 and 12-year-olds, I'm not sure if they do or not, but maybe he doesn't have to worry about him. We come down here into the final 50. We know that Ishak having a body length, is a good margin to have. But we know that Han Tang can break it down. He's got 31 for that last 50 there and taken out at least half a second out of his lead. But we know he can finish in a 28 if he really wants to.
Yeah, and it really looks like he's turning on those afterburners. Look at him go, increasing that rate, really closing in on that gap that Ishmael spent so long trying to create, and he's popped up ahead of the flags, and he's separating from the field. What a performance.
It's just obscene. It really is just not even a fair fight sometimes, because Ishak has had an incredible swim there, and he's going to come in and win out of the 14-year-olds. But what did I say? A 28-second back end for Han Tang Wang. He's just done it there at the back end of a 400 after swimming 32s for the whole thing.
You called it. And an excellent race from everyone here. Congratulations.
Viewers, I'm learning just as much as you here. So we did time final in the previous event, which was obviously slowest to fastest. Now we're going the other way. Now we're starting with our fastest and finishing with the slowest.
We sure are. With the first 3 heats here, we have seeded heats. So we have the first fastest entry in lane 4, heat 1, the second fastest entry in heat 2, lane 4, and then our third fastest seed in heat 3, lane 4. So this gives the top 30 swimmers a chance to all race in an incredibly high quality field.
And try and make that top 10. Now, obviously, the goal is to make top 3 in each event. And obviously, you know, if you just break it across evenly, you say the top 3 in each event and then 1 extra swimmer. But, mate, whoa, 54-1?
Yeah.
He's just taken 0.6 off his PB.
Yeah, that would be from Campbell Wilson-Moran, who's actually just come back from the World Junior Swimming Championships that was over in Romania. So not surprised to see a cracking swim for him. He probably took it pretty easy despite that crazy time.
Wow. Well, I wonder if the Victorian record's under a bit of an assault here from Yanning Zhang over in America, swimming for...
Princeton?
I knew it began with a P. Damn it.
Got heat 2 of 4 away and racing. Now, we were talking a little bit before about our fastest qualifiers being in the middle of the pool, so meaning we have circle seeded heats in this event. So we're looking for that inverted V shape across the pool. So really watching those middle lanes for our finals qualifiers. Looks like coming into the wall here, it will be Jake Ridley that leads us into the second 50.
Obviously, the goal with a 100, especially with a dive, is to be within about 1.5 seconds of your first 50 to second 50. Now, with backstroke, and especially short course, you almost want to have an even swim between the first and second 50. So these guys here, you want them to be around that 55-second barrier, because a lot of them were around that 27, 28. So if we're seeing them outside that 57, like we've just seen there, so that was a 27 and then a 30. Needs to try and bring that time down, because I don't think Campbell in the previous heat was that much under a 27 in that first 50, but he was just even in the back 50. But still, looks like it's going to be sub-minute to make this final, based off that heat. So we'll see how close the next heat can get and how many of the boys can get under.
So now this is the last of our circle-seated heats. It's heat 3 of 4. In this event, we have a lot of 17, this is the 17, 18 age group, but we have in particular a lot of 18-year-olds who are racing. Now, for them, this is going to be their last age championships. And for a lot of them, they've been racing this meet since they were 12 years old. So this will be a bittersweet farewell to this championship.
You can see the complete opposites in the way they swim. Nice, long, beautiful stroke here from Ashley Nicholas. And it looks like his partner from Traralgon, Darcy Connell, is just going, stuff it, let's rate the living hell out of this. And I'll tell you what, it's working for the two boys. They're first and second, and it looks like they're going to walk into this final. But you can see nice, smooth stroke, head pretty still comparatively to bobbing up and down and just ripping water over there for Darcy. 56 and I'd assume a 57 for those two boys. And it looks like the top 5 are going to be under that minute mark. So it might even be some of those people that finish around that 59 high, if there was any in previous heats, might even miss out on the final here. We'll just need to check on the timings. Now this is where that Hawkeye is going to come in useful here. And it's just the camera that sits right above the end of the pool. And it just looks down, and these guys in the officiating room can say, hey, so one kid didn't touch the wall correctly. Let's see what his time would have been. It definitely wasn't a 28, but hopefully we'll get that fixed up when the results become official at the end of this race.
And our fourth and final heat in the pool and racing. What a fantastic underwater there from lane 3.
Yeah, being the last heat of this event, the boys in this race are definitely going to be trying to be pushing for those PBs. For a lot of them, they would have just scraped under the qualifying time, so even racing today is an awesome opportunity. They're going to come and turn into the wall in a 31 high, still very even across the pool. These three boys in lanes 6, 5 and 4, it is very hard to separate. And especially in a race like Backstroke, where it's really hard to see your opponents. They're going to take a sneak peek on this last turn, see where each other are at, and see if they can push this last underwater and see if they can get their hand on the wall first.
And these entry times are pretty close, so we are looking for quite even race here. It looks like the way it was written on paper is going to be the way that it plays out. Will be lane 4 there, Jared, that touches him first with a 105.44, closely followed by Angus Ferguson with a 106.54.
This is the boys, 16 years old, 100-meter backstroke. Keeping going with these backstroke events, we have in lane 6, we have a visitor from Albury, which is great to see that our Victorian meets are attracting interstate competition.
And again, we've got our fastest qualifiers in the middle lanes. So looking for that inverted V. Looks like it will be Luca Brown that leads us into the second 50.
But what a beautiful underwater from Lemuel Janaso. He is so dominant in these underwaters and short course. It's always so great to see him attack these walls. He's just got such a beautiful fly kick and always pushes to 10 meters and really uses that to his advantage. But Luca Brown here, he is storming home. Doesn't even look like he's doing a heat swim. He wants in lane 4 for tonight. And he's coming in at 56.86, which is just off his entry time. So he's really pushed this morning swim. Great to see.
Yeah, so you've only got the two swimmers there, lane 4 and lane 5, that are that sub-minute mark, but Kind and Power there with a 1:00.58. So just outside that sub-minute, but taking out that third spot. Kicking off heat 2 of 3. So eyes again on those middle lanes. Looks like it's pretty even across these middle lanes in this first 25. So it'll be interesting to see when they come under the flags who's going to turn in first and can they maintain that lead into this second 50.
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be either Lewis G or Lucas K. It's actually very tight. We've only got 0.09 separating these boys at the 50. So there's still a very even race with these boys in lane 3, 4, and 5 really pushing each other.
You know what I really like? Kid in lane 1. Great name.
We've got 2 Elliots on board. Well, you're definitely going to like...
Is there another one?
Oh, no.
Are there more coming up?
Eli next, not Elliot.
Oh, don't do that to me. I'm excited.
And it was Bart that took out that heat there with a 58.58, closely followed by Lucas with a 58.80. And then Lewis G there just slightly behind those two boys.
What I love seeing from that middle lane there is came home sub 30 seconds. So if you have two 50s under 30 seconds and still going to 58, that means they're very close together, very smooth, very contained swim. Hopefully more to come tonight.
Third and final heat. What a great underwater there from our leader.
Eli Billman, yes, taking out the start of this race with absolute power. Now, I remember calling out his name a lot at Victorian Metro Short Course Championships and also at Victorian Open Championships, so it's now great to see him actually race people of the same age as him. But it's awesome that these athletes, even though that they're 16, making some appearances, doing some open racing in the weeks prior to this event, it's really great to get more of that experience with different people who have more experience than themselves. And he is coming into the last 25, and he is still storming home with a beautiful underwater, might I add, and is hopefully going to pick up that rate coming into the end. Or might just have a bit of a heat swim this morning.
That is one of the most beautiful backstroke strokes I've ever seen. That is stunning to look at. Wow. And that's all we speak about sometimes is, I don't know whether that is his best rate or not. Some people just have incredible stroke length and that's what they rely on. They don't rely on the speed like we saw earlier with Darcy Conley in the last event, who didn't touch the wall correctly from Traralgon, but he relies on speed of stroke. Obviously, Eli there relies on power of stroke. Now, another thing that we spoke about, and we said with Eli there in the last heat, is that he's obviously got incredible underwaters on that last 50, also for the whole race. But in short course, if you do a 100-meter race, you can do up to 60 meters underwater. You know, and so if you want to talk about, okay, I want to put in 60% effort for this heat swim, how about you give 100% effort to that 60%, and then you can basically relax for the rest of the race. You know, that's a way that you can, you know, just look at, oh, this is the way that I want to swim this, so that if I have a good heat swim in the morning, focusing on my underwaters, I can transition that into the night swimming.
Yeah, exactly. Those underwaters are such an important part of this race. And you see it especially on the world stage. The athletes on the top who have those wicked underwaters, it's them who are gaining those distances and touching in the wall and getting those medals at those massive international meets. You see the Americans a lot because they have the short course yard swimming. They get a lot of opportunity to work on those turns, and when they come to those big meets, it's them who are on and off really quickly.
Just want to point out Harrison Main there, 29.0, 29.6, or 29.1, 29.6, somewhere around there. Beautiful, even swimming. That's how you want to set your standard in the morning. Have it controlled, have it the way you want it to be at night. So that was really good to see from him. I'll go more into a little bit about the yard swimming in America. We'll just wait for the start here. I also wonder if a kid in the previous heat from Tiger Sharks, Ben Merrilees, is he related to Jordan Merrilees at all? I
don't know, but
Australian backstroker from Melbourne MSAC, from Melbourne Vic Centre. He was great swimmer, specialised in the 100 backstroke, especially short course. I believe he made his first team. Anyway, going back to American swimming. A lot of athletes go over there because there's more opportunity, more chance to race. So that's why Americans are so good, is because they race so often. And you see that in their relays. That's why they're so dominant in relays. They're so good at racing. Now, they race short course yards, but their flags and the 15 metres underwater. So you can still go 15 metres in a 22-metre pool. And the flags are still 5 metres out because you don't change it to yards. So everything's still in metres because that's how it's done on the world stage, even though the pool length changes. That's the only thing that changes, but everything else is closer together. So that percentage goes from 60% of your underwater up to 70, 80% of the races underwater.
Yeah, fascinating bits of little info, but just turning back to the pool, that was Heat 2 with Oliver Callio coming in first at 59.75 and Leo Dog coming in 59.95, just scraping under that 1 minute mark, so excellent work, boys.
All right, second last heat. And then we want to say a massive thank you to all of our parents on the site. We have so many parents up in the stands taking care of their age group swimmers, but some of these guys come down and give a bit of their time to help out in taking the ledges out of the water, because you can't have them in the water for the turn. So a massive thank you to those parents who came down and did that for us. Now we see a couple of boys around that 28-second barrier. We've got the 3 middle lanes all dropping 28 in that first 50. But as I've been so vocal about, I don't want to see a 28, I don't want to see a 27 in that first 50, I want to see a 29 in the second 50. So let's see if those guys can really get close and keep those times under the minute, because I think we've only had 3 people go under the minute so far.
Yeah, that is a really important milestone for these boys in the 100-metre backstroke. That 1 minute mark is like a prized possession. And we can see Liam Paulson has done it and has cracked that 1 minute barrier, coming in at a 58.33, shortly followed by Sam Hartley in a 59.86 and Kaiser Kojima in a 59.93. Again, just scraping under, so he'll be very happy with that swim.
Absolutely incredible stroke again there from Liam Paulson. I'm looking at some of these strokes, and these guys have got technique well beyond their years. You know, the really high shoulders. I think backstroke's one of the most beautiful strokes when it's done correctly. So, nice high shoulders, stable heads.
And our final heat away in swimming, and it is just our 2 boys here.
Yeah, this is almost looking like a swim-off style race, even though it's just a normal heat.
is pretty head-to-head down this first 50, but it does look like it will be Freddie that touches in first, leading us into this second 50.
Yeah, so they've gone out at about 30 and 31. So if these boys can come back in a 31 high, 32 low, that would be very impressive and it'd be an indication that they've paced this race well, given them enough energy to finish this race with the same effort and consistency that they've started with.
Yeah, I'm really loving Freddie here. He's really good on top of the water, again, making that backstroke look really easy. But Nicholas is excellent with those underwaters and that breakout. But it looks like it will be Freddie that touches in first there with a 103.36, but Nicholas closely following with a 105.44.
Changing on the stroke now, we have our breaststroke events after many backstroke events. We have the boys 14 years 100 meter breaststroke. We have 4 heats of this event and we are off with the first.
What you want to see here is really long strokes. Although the 100 breaststroke, especially in the older age groups, is more of a power event, you can definitely get through your younger formative years by having just excellent technique. Now, there's excellent technique in the Adam Peaty sense, and there's excellent technique in the Zach Stubberty-Cook sense, where it's more long, elongated. And I think having an elongated stroke at a younger age, at these 14-year-old age groups, it will be better for them in the long run. We are seeing here Quinn Richards in lane number 4. Gets nice and high in the water. You can see the hands really driving through to force himself into that streamline. Hopefully he can produce a time pretty close to that 107 mark. Yep, there it is. And he looks like he could be close to our fastest qualifier for tonight. There's only about 3 swimmers. Him and Yi Jing, the heat after, that are even close to that 107 mark. We did have a withdrawal there. We saw Ismak had pulled out. We said he had 11 events in the, after his 400, and Hantang has 9 events at this meet that runs over 3 days. Wondering if the coaches or even the athletes are saying, you know what, maybe we just need to pull that back a bit. We don't stand as much of a chance in medaling in these events, so we want to try and get golds in other events.
Now, for those listening on, you'll be very happy to know we have a wealth of knowledge on this commentary panel. Tegan, you were telling us before you coach a lot of breaststrokers. Can you tell me a little bit about what you are looking for as these boys are doing these races, as if you were coaching them?
I think what's interesting to see is these high breaststroke techniques now. When I was swimming, everyone sat quite low in the water, so really interesting to see how much you need to bring yourself out of the water and almost push yourself forward. So when I'm coaching, I definitely look for, shoulders out, hands out of the water, and definitely driving yourself forward, like Elliot said before.
Yeah, and we can see a lot of that high breaststroke that we've been talking about coming from our middle lanes with Yi Xingjiang, really showing off that beautiful technique at this young age. And he's going to come into the wall first. He's had such a beautiful swim, and he's touching in a 107.69.
kick off heat 3.
We do have a few withdrawals in this event. We've got some empty lanes going on. Might be a situation of what we were talking about before, with some of our athletes wanting to prioritise their main events.
And we talked earlier about having to really drive yourself forward with those arms in our breaststroke, and it looks like lane 4 there, Jaden doing a fantastic job of that.
You really need to set up the start of your stroke comes from the start of the pull. So a lot of people think, oh, I just need to pull back and that makes me go forward. But actually you can get some propulsion by pushing your hands to the side at the start of that stroke. And that's something that I thought that our winner of our last heat, Yi Jing Zhang, did extremely well. He might not have had the best kick on him, but he pushed out with his hands and then grabbed onto the water off the back of it. And I think that's very critical to creating a good stroke and good tempo. Breaststroke's all about having the best tempo between, or timing between when you start your kick and when you end your hands.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's that outstroke that almost acts as a scull. So these swimmers will be spending a lot of time in training working simply on their sculling. How do they feel when they push their hands out and bring their hands in? Do they have the connection? Is that connection helping them to drive themselves forward?
We have our 4th and final heat in the pool.
Yeah, this is what we're talking about. Lane 6 here. That's what we're talking about, keeping low to the water, isn't it? Get a nice, don't go too up and down. Just let's go forward with the stroke.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see what swimmers opt for. So it's definitely one of those things that you chat about with your coaches.
We saw in the previous heat that the winners, so heat 1 and heat 2, they were around that 107 barrier. The winner of heat 3 was 110. Now we know 110 is going to walk it into the finals because not many people did that time, but I would expect that it looks like those first 2 boys, unless Yuhan in lane 4 was just really heat swimming and backing off of his entry time of a 107, looks like it's going to be a race of 2 between 4 and 5 tonight. But I would suggest somewhere around the 111 to 112 should make this final. And it looks like our little speeds throughout in lane 6 here. Harry Rankin is going to swim over the top of everyone. Mate, he's conserving energy. He's not going up and down. He's just going forward with his stroke. I like it. Pops his head up like a turtle.
Was Taj there, his teammate?
No!
Took out that heat, though, with a 117.77.
That was my guy. I loved his stroke. Damn it.
But Harry there did sneak in with a 118.11. So nothing separating the two of them. So a good win for those teammates there.
Taj, great swim. Harry, you'll get him next time.
We kick off event 12, our boys 13-year-olds 200 metre IM. Now this is a fun one. I love seeing our swimmers swim all 4 of these strokes, and over 200 it's been interesting to see people really attack it more like a sprint than a middle distance race recently.
That's how I thought of it. Now maybe that's because I was a distance athlete. 200 IM was about as low as I went, but it was always so fun because it's a different muscle group. Yeah, sure, you're tired, but it's a different muscle group that you use on each 50. So that means that you're not tired in the same way. It's not like you're doing freestyle and your lats fatigue, or you're doing butterfly and your shoulders fatigue, it's all different. You know, lats, shoulders, pecs, legs in breaststroke, and that's what these guys are going to be working on now, making sure that it's almost a rest for the arms. It's not, but that's how some people think about it. I'll tell you what, it's probably not how Leon Marchand thinks about it. He's basically changed the game with how medley swimming's being done, similar to how Phelps did it. But it looks. I'm going to say that it's almost a foregone conclusion that I think that Han Tang Wang is going to take this one out, and I think he's probably going to win it tonight, knowing how good of an athlete he is. And this is a thing that we used to say about an athlete from years back called Nick Gromwald. So silver's the new gold, you know, when you're racing these kind of guys that set Victorian records for fun. So we're seeing a good race here from Evan and Thomas on either side of Han Tang here.
Yeah, and that's looking like Han Tang is kind of taken off the gas, knowing that he's probably got 3 or 4 races tonight. So not a bad call to go slightly easier in this last 25, knowing he's got to win in the bag.
Well, we know that he can swim a 28, and I would suggest that he's on track for a 32 at the moment. You know, he's really taken the foot off the gas, and he's just doing enough to get in the final. If you win your race, you're basically 34. You know, 6 seconds slower than what he did in the back end of that 400. This is 200. Now I know it's only been about an hour, and he'd be pretty fatigued, or half an hour even, and he's probably fatigued, and he just needs to get through to tonight. And if you win a heat, I think you're, especially a seeded heat, I think you're a very good chance of swimming at the night, and that's all he needs to do. There's no pictures on a session report. There's just times. Or a finals program. Session report's the timeline. There's no pictures on a program. There's just a time. And when he's in lane 4, that's the only thing that matters. And we're underway here with heat number 2. All right, let's see how close these guys can get to around that 2:20 mark. That seemed to be the time that was set by that first heat. Anything in and around that area, I think, will walk into this final, especially seeing as the majority of, well, what's 10th? 10th place here is ranked at a 2:25. Now, it's pretty bottle.
35, actually.
What? No, I meant 10th overall. Sorry, not 10th of the heat. 10th overall is ranked at around a 2:25. So anyone on the outsides of lane 6 and lane 3, they're looking to push towards that 2:25 barrier. At least that was my thought when racing. Get as close to that 2:25 in order to make put a bit of pressure on those guys in the middle lanes, which is exactly what we're seeing out here in lane 2.
Yeah, Archie Smythe has taken out this race awesomely. Oh, and we saw a backwards bucket flip turn. That's something we don't usually see every day.
A backwards bucket flip?
Yeah, his legs just flipped back behind him.
Oh, the back flip.
Yeah, he did the back
flip.
flip.
Oh, that's OG. I love that. That's back in 2010 days is what that reminds me
That
of.
is an old
That's
flip
good
turn we
stuff.
haven't seen in a while. Still legal because he's still on his back. That's all that matters when you're doing that turn.
My goodness, it was so hard when the bucket turn came in. You had to learn a new style because there was the cross turn, so there was just a bucket turn, there was touch, and then you could flip forward and go. Just so long as your hand touches and you're on your back, and when you push off, you're on your front, who gives a damn what you can do? You can have a cup of tea if you want, but just so long as you push off on your front, that's all that matters. Looks like Archie has some breaststroke he needs to work on if he wants to really improve this IM. But he looks like just a long tall dude who can get some good purchase out of the water in especially backstroke and freestyle. So Lachlan Bull will be the one taking out this second heat, and he'll walk into this final. And it looks like it's spread out probably a bit more than I would like. This heat, you'd want to see it a bit more compact, but 2:16 there from Lachlan Bull. Goes down the gauntlet, might try and challenge Han Tang Wang tonight.
Yeah, we really did not see that V that we were expecting to see with the way that these heats are supposed to be formatted, but that could actually be an indication that some of those outside lanes are getting some PBs and some big PBs if that.
Archie Smythe, how do you feel about a 10-second PB just then?
Oh, that's a ripper time.
2:28 down to a 2:18.
Wow.
Hope he's got another 10 seconds tonight.
Well, That would be a Victorian record, so I would like to see that.
Over, Evan Shee as well.
Oh, that would be a heartbreaker then.
Recently retired in the last year or so, Evan.
Still shows his face around pool deck every now and then.
Does he?
With some lifeguarding here and there.
Oh, that's good to hear.
Just like that, with all that yapping, we are halfway through the 2 IM for the boys 13 years.
So we are back on here with the final heat. Now my one to watch, he isn't here. Damn it! Lincoln's not here. Oh, he's my favourite athlete. I love him. I love what he's about. He's a 200 freestyle specialist. Loves doing a bit of medley as well, but just one of those kids where he's not very big, but he's got a lot of heart about the way he swims. It sucks that he's not here. I'm going to have to find out from his coach where he's at.
It's quite the battle for that first place spot with these middle lanes here.
Yeah, we've got quite an even race going on between our middle golden lanes 4 and lane 5. We have Harry Calgaris and Ethan Carr. Both these boys challenging each other in the backstroke. Both of them giving us the classic bucket turn that we've talked about going on.
Now we talk a lot about in our IM how that breaststroke leg is really the make or break leg. So it is anyone's race until you get to that breaststroke. If you're a standout breaststroker, or if it's a stroke that you've really got to work on.
Yeah, it looks like Harry's got a pretty decent breaststroke on him. But what an awesome underwater that Ethan just put together. Those two boys are still going neck and neck. And out for third, we have a pretty clear third from Fraser Blair, who is trying to make up that ground in that breaststroke leg.
So Harry there picking up that stroke rate and starting to incorporate that kick that little bit more.
Yeah, now given this is the last of our circle-seated heats, these boys in the middle are still going to be trying to push to make that final. We were saying earlier, 225 or under is seeming like what it's going to be to make the cut. Might be even faster given that all these boys are refreshing their times. And that was waiting for the board to update. But from second, we definitely have Ethan Carr in a 221.12. which is just under his entry time. So great to see more PBs coming out from this event.
And we see the top three there. As we said, you want 3 people from each heat, and the top 3 there were all around that under that 225 barrier. And I'm sure that we saw 3, even 4 people under that as well. So we'll need to keep track and keep an eye out for what did make that that final. But hopefully, it is going to be a nice quick one tonight. I still have no doubt that Hantang's going to take it out, but it's going to be an excellent battle for second with a lot of those guys around the high to mid-teens potentially coming in and looking for those minor medals.
Exactly, and we're coming, the last heat is on the blocks.
I just went and spoke to my favourite athlete, Lincoln Hall's coach, Liam Fisk, and I said, "Where is the young man? Where's that ball of heart?" And he said that he is currently dying in his bed at home. He's rather sick. He's been written off for today. I really hope to see him on Sunday. I don't know if he'll be able to back up tomorrow. Maybe he's written the week off. I hope not. I hope not. I just want to see him out here racing again. So all the best, Lincoln. Hope you're doing well.
Yes. What a significant lead there from our leader, Jaden. He's really taken out that butterfly leg, and it looks like it'll be no different for the backstroke. Again, making that backstroke look super easy.
Yeah, it seems like backstroke might be this Jaden Tran's stroke. He has really extended his lead in this one. It'll be really interesting to see if he does maybe the 100 or the 200 backstroke at other points in the week. But he is clearly touching first. Let's see if he can hold on during this breaststroke legs.
Yeah, so he's opted for a little bit of a lower stroke in that breaststroke like we were talking about before. He has only lengthened that lead, leading us into this freestyle leg. He touches with a 150-1.8. We're looking to bring it home here, but it is quite the battle for second between the two boys.
I'll tell you what, if Jaden comes back in a 35 here, he's around that 225 barrier that we were talking about. He's got 35 seconds to come on down this final 50 here. And if he does, he's definitely putting himself in contention for that finals. I don't know whether he'll make it or not. We'll need to find out the exact times. But he's going to be right in and around that and pushing even from the unseeded heats, which is such an incredible effort. 224.8.
13-second PB. What a swim. Good job, Jaden.
My God, I wish I could do a 13-second PB.
It's all these youngsters.
And these young tiddlywinks, yeah. I wonder if it's a long course time. Because there's no way he's done that this year and just improved in the last 2 months. Surely not. But what a swim regardless.
We're only getting younger and younger. This is the boys' 12 years, 200-meter short course IM. We are having 4 heats again. 4 seems to be the golden number for these events. And we have a very even start, but quite a dominant performance. Surprise from lane 9, who's pulling away. I always love to see those outside lanes being trendsetters in these events, especially given this is a seeded heat. So we'll see if these boys out on the edge can hold on and create some stir-ups in this race.
Yeah, so it looks like our lane 9 swimmer there, his butterfly being his strong stroke. So he slipped away a little bit in this backstroke, and we are looking now to the middle lanes in the pool.
Yeah, it's always interesting with these IM events. Every swimmer, without a doubt, has their stronger legs and their weaker legs, unless you're Lynn Lushon, but we talk about him a lot, being very even and consistent like that. So you'll see a lot of switch up between these races. Some of the boys might be stronger in their breaststroke, some might be stronger in their freestyle. So you'll see this very constant back and forth, which is really fun to talk about during these races.
Some of my favourite races are IM races because you can have the lead change as many as 7 times, and especially short course, where you can see the touch pads at both ends. You've got a chance to overtake every single time off the wall. It's probably the best chance rather than just swimming in a straight line to try and overtake someone. Something that has stuck with me for most of my career is head coach of Swimming Australia and the Dolphins team, Rowan Taylor, said to me, everyone under the age of 15 should be a medley swimmer. No one should specialise. Everyone should do everything because even at 15 you haven't even grown into your full body, but you're starting to look towards what you're going to be. But these swimmers who are 12 years old, just chuck them in medley events, and if they enjoy something, do it. If they don't enjoy it, still do it, I guess, and just have a crack. That's all you're here to do at 12 years old, is just have a good time.
Yeah, exactly. I actually remember my very first age. I think I did the 100 IM, the 100 back, 2 back, 100 free, 50 free. It was all a mixed bag of goods, and definitely having that wide variety of events definitely helped me realize what were my favorites, what I could improve on, and just how to enjoy different styles of racing, no matter what was on the program for the day. is heat 2 of the boys, 200 metre IM, 12 years old. We have a flying start from our lane 2 and our lane 4. That's Palatapa and Elijah Lamont. I've seen Elijah's name coming up. Great to see them coming through again. Some of these boys may have done the 400 free, so that is a already crazy start to a program, doing the 4 free and the 2 IM, not very far apart. Touching first, we have Elijah having an awesome butterfly leg and leading into that backstroke.
Yeah, Elijah really strong in that butterfly, but it does look like our lane 7 swimmer, Aaron, is going to have an excellent backstroke leg here, so looking to close that gap that little bit. But like we said before, leading into that make or break leg of our IM, that breaststroke, so it really is anyone's race, but Elijah has created that significant lead in the first 2 legs of his IM.
They often talk about breaststroke being the make or break leg of the race. The reason for that being, and especially in the last transition that we'll see between breaststroke and freestyle, whatever your distance lead is in breaststroke usually doubles by the time you get into the freestyle. So you want to make sure that you are spending the least amount of time doing the slowest stroke. You know, and the slowest stroke is obviously breaststroke, so you want to improve that and get that as close to the rest of the other strokes so that you can get into the fast stroke, which is obviously freestyle. You know, you go straight from the slowest you'll be in the race to the fastest you'll be in the race, just like that.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know about you, Elliot, but I have actually never met anyone who is mid at breaststroke. You're either really good at it, or it's the last thing you ever want to do in the world.
I don't know, it depends what you define as mid, but I feel like I was pretty average at breaststroke. I made a state final. I'd come 9th or 10th, but I could make a state final in breaststroke.
I'll give that to you.
Actually, no, I take that back. No, I still hated it.
Exactly.
Right,
so
yeah, I tried to be positive, but I still disliked it.
Yeah, breaststroke's one of those ones. You either have the timing and you've either got the breaststroke DNA or it's just not in there.
My best breaststroke result was all juniors. Well, I won all juniors 1 year in breaststroke. That felt good. Anyway, Elijah takes out the win there, sub that 230 barrier. A little bit outside of his PB, and by a little bit I mean 0.2 of a second, a quarter of a second, not even, outside of his personal best. So right on that version. Beautiful thing about being 12 years old is by the end of the race you basically recovered.
Heat 3 of our boys, 200 metres IM, we are underway, and this is the last of our seeded heats, so expect to see some really fast racing coming from lanes 4 and lanes 5. Just as expected, we have lane 5 doing an awesome butterfly leg. That is Billy Main, really setting up that butterfly with great length and power, but still using that easy speed, which is something that we've been talking about lots throughout this morning session.
The problem that I always had with short course easy speed is in a 50 metre pool, easy speed meant that you could take as much speed off the dive in that first 15 and you could extend it all the way out over 50 metres. Here after 10 metres you've got to turn again and start that easy speed again. So they say first 50, that is obviously the goal, first 50, maybe even first 75, get a lot of that easy speed in, but you know, it's broken up by these turns that can sometimes disrupt the flow. So you need to make sure that you're as flowy as possible, you transition smoothly from one thing into another. You know, it looks like a long piece of string.
Yeah, exactly. Those turns, they make or break these events. You can either use that turn as an opportunity to carry momentum, or it is a chance that resets that easy speed that you really wanted to carry along. So it's really important that these athletes are working on these in training, because when it comes to these meets, it's where we find the difference. And it looks like Billy Main is still holding on to that lead through this breaststroke leg. He is coming under the flags at the 3/4 mark of this race in a 1:53.56, shortly followed by Yi Yang. And these boys are going to be racing to touch the wall first.
As we said, it's just a heat, so the only goal here is to not get disqualified and make it to the final. So obviously some people want middle lanes. I liked lanes 3 and 6 because it meant that you were close enough to put pressure on those middle lanes, but you didn't have the spotlight on you from being either in 4 or 5.
Now Billy's touched in a 2:28.78. That is a little bit faster than our Heat 2 swim. So we definitely know that he'll be a little bit higher up in those rankings.
Out from Wodonga City, so made the long travel to get down here. I do wonder if he's got an apartment or something, staying nearby to the pool, so they don't have to do that travel every morning or night. But well done to Billy Main there. Excellent job. Sub that 2:30 is definitely going to be close to those middle lanes.
And Heat 4 of 4 away in racing. Now just the 3 boys in the pool with us.
Yeah, it's a bit of a quieter race, but we'll still see if these 3 boys can work with each other and use that smaller field as encouragement to really see who can get on top.
It is quite the battle in this butterfly leg between our lane 5 and lane 3 swimmer, but it looks like Zane just gets on that wall that little bit quicker, leading us into the backstroke. Lane 5 again doing that really easy backstroke stroke, so making it look like it's a piece of cake to do a 200-meter IM.
Yeah, now we've seen a really strong backstroke leg by Zane. He has taken out in front. He's looking really nice and relaxed and is really looking like he's going to put in some big punches coming in through the next parts of this race. Just watching for that turn, making sure that your belly button is up. The officials on the side, their role is to make sure that everyone is swimming according to the rules. During this back to breast turn, their primary role is to see if the swimmer is keeping their belly button towards the sky. They can turn however they want as long as they touch on their back at that wall. It is considered legal. So we'll just keep an eye on those over there as these boys continue their breaststroke. And just as predicted, Zane's putting together a very strong breaststroke leg. He's keeping his rate nice and consistent, and he's got a very strong drive forward with every stroke that he's taking. And these boys in lane 4 and 5 having a bit of a switch up, staying really nice and tight with each other. They're going to turn and face each other, so they both put a nice sneaky glance and will be looking to chase each other down. A bit of a cat and mouse situation we have between lanes 3, 4 and 5. Now it looks like it's getting a bit painful. Those arms are hurting, those legs are burning, the lungs are burning. We were talking earlier about this 200 IM being an event that works every single muscle group. Now that does mean when you get to the end, every single muscle group is telling you to stop. But onwards and upwards, coming under the flags. Let's see if he can get his head down to touch the wall. And he does in a 2:43. A bit over that entry time, but given these boys are 12 years old, this is definitely their first state championships. This first race is definitely one to get the nerves out the way, bit of a shakeout. Let's see how they go for the rest of the meet. Good work.
and we kick off our 200-meter butterfly. Now, this is a really challenging one. 200-meter butterfly across short course is probably a little bit less challenging than long course because you do have a break with those turns and those underwaters. But you will see these swimmers opt to breathe every stroke just because any chance for some oxygen they are going to utilize.
Yeah, absolutely. The 200 fly is notoriously one of the hardest events because of butterfly being such a high expenditure and such a demanding stroke, not one that you can sustainably hold for a very long time. So all these boys, being 17 to 18, are very experienced with this race, but still getting up for a 2 fly is still a challenge every time. It still hurts the same every time. So awesome work for continuing with this event, boys. And they've just touched the halfway of this race. So the easy speeds run out. This is where it's going to start to matter and start to burn.
The middle lanes here really utilising those underwater skills. It's really nice to see them show off those turns and those underwaters when they are our more experienced athletes at this competition.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're touching at the last 50. They're on their way to the home stretch. This is when everything's going to hurt. Now, even though it is a morning swim, they still have to go hard because there is a second heat. So there will be people contending for their spot to make the final. That would be 200 flies for most of these boys today, in accompaniment with any other event that they might have. But we do have in lane 4, Dmitry Sorokolatev, sorry mate, coming in at a 2:07.38.
We kick off heat 2 of the men's 17-18 200-meter fly. Making a fantastic start there is our Surrey Park swimmer, really utilising that underwater there. It will be Adam that leads us into the next 50 with a 26.98, so significantly faster than the rest of the crew that are swimming with him.
Yeah, might also make a note, we do have Isabella Osborne swimming in this event in lane 8. She's one of the top girls, 2 flyers in our state. Not sure if she's trying to get some experience racing some of the faster boys here, or we do know, however, that the 200 fly for that age group has been moved to a straight final, so this might just be a chance to get some morning experience.
Adam here just making this 200 fly look so easy. He hasn't dropped off one bit across this first 100.
Yeah, he's got such a strong kick, and you can see in his technique the way that his body is doing that undulating up-down motion is just carrying every bit of strength throughout his entire stroke. There is no joltiness, everything is smooth and connected, and it's that type of smoothness, connection and efficiency that's going to get you through the end of this 2 fly, especially as things start to hurt. It is vital to hold on to your technique. Otherwise, that last 25 is going to be a lot more brutal than you need to make it to be. It looks like he's staying strong and he's putting together an awesome heat swim. Going to come in just over the 2-minute mark, finishing in a 2:04.72.
Yeah, so he led us from start to finish there. Not too many changes in leaders, and Riley is closely following with a 2:09.36. Isabella there, an absolute champion, keeping up with those boys that entire race, really proving her dominance in that 200 fly.
Now things are getting exciting. We are doing the 50-meter freestyles, everyone. This is the men's 16 years old. We have 5 heats. This is the first of our circle seatings. This is the splash and dash. These boys are not going to be breathing in this event, maybe once, none at all. And what a dominating performance in lane 4, storming through. We have Bart Operowicz coming in at 23.46. That is just off his entry time, and we'll be hoping to go in that 22 later tonight in those finals.
We kick off heat 2 of 5 of the 50-meter freestyle here. Always pretty even across this first 25. Does look like we are looking at our middle lanes here. Lane 4, who's led us from start to finish. What a dominating 50-meter freestyle from Eli Billman with a 23.41. Heat 3 of 5. Weigh-in racing, utilising those underwaters there. Looks like our outside lanes here doing really well, keeping up with the rest of the group. But lane 4, our lucky lane, Luca Brown will touch in first with a 23.64. But he is closely followed there by Lucas G with a 24.31. Heat 4. We have 5 heats, so we are nearing the end. Turning there again, our lucky lane 4. But it looks like lane 7 is really trying to close that gap in this last 25. Will it be lane 4? Will it be lane 7? It will be lane 4. Xavier that touches with a 25.10. Closely followed by Lucas Campbell with a 25.31. Our 5th and final heat of the 50-meter freestyle. Pretty even in this first 25. It really is anyone's race. It's going to come down to those underwaters and those turns. Coming underneath the flags now, lane 6 is looking really nice, and he will touch him first there, Nicholas, with a 25.60, but he is closely followed by our lucky lane 4 with a 25.88.
Now, some people at home might have been wondering, oh, where have those dulcet tones go? Don't worry, guys, I'm back. I'm back. I just was out talking to a couple of people out and about. So we had Bowen Goff has come down onto pool deck and is watching some of the racing. Caden Gill has become a head coach at the merger between Cheltenham and Nunna. So Cheltenham obviously unfortunately folded as a club, and Nunna decided to take it over. I believe it's now the head coaches of Cheltenham Nuttawading merger is now Liam Fisk and Caden Gill. And they are working together. I was speaking to... Did you know that Janelle Pallister has come down? I didn't know that. I saw her, like, the back of her hair. I went, oh, she's got hair like Janelle. But obviously that's not going to be Janelle, because why would she be down here in Victoria? She's one of the premier coaches of Australia. She's here. I didn't realise she's taken over the Surrey Park job. So I was watching the 200 butterfly of... where is he? Adam, who did a small PB in that 200 butterfly heats, and we were both analysing his race together as we got a call from Lani Pallister at the same time. So everything's kicking off down here on pool deck. It's a great time to be around the 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships, and we're all having fun around here, aren't we?
Yeah, exactly. And we are still seeing such exciting racing going on, especially with this men's 200 metre IM. We are seeing such a tight battle between those middle lanes, lane 4 and lane 5, Harold Ju and Leo Dong, names we see a lot around pool deck as they're coming into the last 25 of this race. They are pushing each other, going stroke for stroke, but it looks like they are putting together a bit of a heat swim, keeping their stroke count nice and relaxed, and just making sure that they can book their lane in the final tonight. These boys coming in at 2:12, and they are a little bit off their entry times, but we'll see some speedy racing going on tonight. This is heat 2 of the boys 200 metre medley, and what an exciting race. We're seeing still a dominant performance we have out in lane 4. Kazai Kojima, we've seen his name a lot, and I've mentioned him a lot in the commentary today. So these boys are having a stacked program for day 1 of this event. Having so many events this early in the program, it is vital that these athletes are focusing on things to improve their recovery, making sure that after they've done their race, they're talking to their coaches and they're straight and cool down, making sure that they're flushing out those lactate in their legs and their arms in between those swims, getting in some food, getting in some electrolytes. It's quite warm in here, so if you are here at NTAC with us right now, make sure you're drinking your lots of water and staying on top of things, because it is quite humid. And even as us supporters, we need to make sure that we're there for our athletes in full capacity. Still having a dominant lead, we have Kojima, but also coming in through from Surrey Park, we have Jacob Chester putting together an awesome breaststroke leg and really closing in on our lead swimmer as we're getting into the freestyle leg of this IM. Let's see who can hold on and see if there are any more breakaways that can happen.
So what time are we going to be looking around for these to make the final here? 10th place into tonight has a seed time of around that 2:17 mark. So I'd say anywhere around 2:15 will guarantee yourself into the final. But obviously the easiest way to do it is at least top 3 in your heat. preferably top 2. Makes it a lot easier for yourself. And as I said, 217, we've just had 5 kids go under it here in the 216s and below. So I think 217 is going to be blown out of the water here, and it's not going to make tonight's final. Let's see how many of these guys can actually push towards those better swims.
Heat 3 of 4 away in swimming, and our eyes are to those middle lanes, particular that lane 4 again. Now, it really is anyone's race moving into this backstroke leg. But it looks like Harrison Main will lead us with a 28.34.
Still pushing those underwaters we have in those middle lanes. Great to see at the 75-meter mark that these athletes are still focusing on their skills. We'll see if they can hold on, pushing those good technique and coming into this turn. We've got a bucket turn. Let's see if we get any flip turns going. Yes, lane 2.
Oh my goodness.
Try to flip turn.
They put their feet on top of the wall. Need to work on the distancing away from the wall there, and that just comes with repetition. And the beautiful thing about swimming, and I think most professional sport, is that you need to train so much that by the time you get to racing or game day or whatever it is, that you can just turn your brain off and it becomes autopilot. You know, and especially in swimming, one of my favourite quotes of all time, Ian Thorpe, they asked him, what do you think about when you break a world record? And he said, I don't think, I just let my body do what it knows. So these kids, they're in their early stages, they're only 15 years old. They just need to become so comfortable with swimming and their races that they just let their body do what it needs to do.
Yeah, exactly. They may be 15, but do not discount the hard work that these kids put in. They may be young, but they are the hardest working ones that you will find out there.
Ben Merrilees, sorry, I was thinking about Jordan Merrilees. Ben Merrilees has really pulled away, gotten from 3rd into a comfortable 2nd here. We'll go through to tonight's final, along with Harrison Main. Great swim from those first 3 athletes, well under that 2:17 barrier that we were talking about. You know, even closer to that 2:15. So we've had at least 3 there, 5 in the previous heat. It's just going to come down to who has the better, basically decimal point after their number. You know, whether it's a 0.6 to get through to the final or a 2:15.3 potentially. We will move on now to the unseeded heats. I think that unless we see something incredible from one of these athletes, it could be the already decided. We've got 4 athletes in this heat, all from different clubs, a rainbow of clubs. And we move on now to the 4th and final heat.
Lane 6 and lane 5, they're really head-to-head battle for this butterfly leg. But it looks like it will be lane 6 that touches in first. He'll lead us into this backstroke, but like we said before, you really play to your strengths and weaknesses in these IMs. So it's going to come down to who's got that breaststroke leg as their strong leg and who's a bit more stronger in those flying backstroke legs.
Just looking around, you know, I can see over in the pool next to us that you got some names, and especially in heats coming up, some names that I recognise from a couple of events earlier this year. You got Oscar Magalotti. Ishak Ismail is coming back again. So he took off, what was the event that he didn't, it was at the 100 breaststroke that he might have backed out, 100 backstroke, sorry, that he might have pulled out of earlier, maybe to focus on at the 200 IM tonight, as well as he had the 400 free heat against Kantang Wang. So it's obviously prioritising maybe some of these longer events
Looks like here, lane 6 has just strengthened that lead that little bit more, leading us into the freestyle. And we know if we've got a good lead in that breaststroke leg, we should be able to maintain that across that last 50 for the freestyle.
Yeah, G is quite a strong breaststroke swimmer. You'll probably catch him a few more times doing the 100 and 200 breaststroke this weekend. But he is holding on to that lead that he set up. Let's see if he comes into the last few meters of the freestyle, if he can come away with a nice PB after such a strong race. And he does with a huge PB of 2:17.12, down from 2:25.99. That is a huge 8.5 second drop. So someone's definitely been training hard. It never goes unnoticed. Good job, boys.
I will say, I did say at the start that it would take a miracle to get under that 2:17 barrier. He got damn close to it. We'll see how close he does get to the final, but that's got to fill him with a lot of confidence going forward in future swims, and we'll definitely see him in heated swims. Oh my gosh, I'm getting my words mixed up. Seeded heats later on in his career and hopefully next year. All right, we now move on to the boys 14-year-old 200 IM. I'll tell you what, we said it at the start of the meet where the officials and the people organising this competition have done a great job of last year. These heat sessions ran till like 2:30 p.m. in the afternoon, and we got them only running to about 1 today, and we are right on time as it stands. In fact, we're a minute ahead of timeline. So that is an excellent job by all of our officials and people behind the scenes here. I will say, Ishak Ismail, beautiful butterfly on that starting 50. When we talk about easy speed, I don't think I've seen an easier butterfly than that. That was stunning to watch.
Yeah, we saw Ishak. He had withdrawn from one of the events earlier, and seeing that he's prioritised the 200 IM now, we can definitely see that that was the right call to make. He is looking so strong in this breaststroke, nice and refreshed. Seems like he had a good break between those two events and is ready to make his mark to earn his place in the final tonight.
So I want to see Yuhan lift a little bit here. Out in lane 5, he's turned in 8th position, but we know from earlier, because I remember him being in some of those middle lanes before for that 100 breaststroke earlier today. So that was the one that Ishak pulled out of, was the 100 breaststroke. But we know that Yuhan Jaden Zheng in the lane 5 there is an excellent breaststroker. And I'll tell you what, he's going to move from 8th up to 3rd potentially. Maybe just behind in 4th, but about 2 seconds faster than Aiden Ramos there in lane 3, who holds on to a steady 2nd position there. But Ishak Ismail was the only one to break that 40-second barrier in the breaststroke. Not only did he break it, he smashed it down to a 38. He doesn't look like he's backing off at all in this freestyle. 2:09 there. So he's done a PB. He said, stuff it, I don't want to do the 100 breaststroke. I want to give up that so that I can PB my 200 IM and walk into tonight as the fastest qualifier. I would highly doubt that anyone else in this race is going to try and get down as low as a 2:09 there. That was a dominant race from start to finish. And I'll tell you what I said about the easy speed, mate. There was a lot of power in that butterfly, and it only got better from there. A lot of PBs in that race. Fun for the whole heat. We now move on to the second of 4 heats. So we have Yijing Zhang and Campbell Mills as our 2 fastest qualifiers for this event. And nice long stroke there from Campbell, getting the shoulders way out of the water. Nice and high. Big kick, long glide into the wall, not ideal. But on a turn, you'd rather be long. On a finish, you'd rather be short on your stroke.
It looks like Campbell Mills is leading us in this backstroke leg, again making it look really easy, really smooth. But it'll be interesting to see if our second and third swimmer can close that gap in their breaststroke leg. Nice turn there from Campbell Mills, and he's leading us in this breaststroke leg.
It looks like these two are easily going to walk into tonight's final. I'd say anything in and around... Oh, let's have a little look here. Right, 2:23 is the 10th place for the seed times. So you'd hope that these guys here are going to walk in well under the 2:20 mark. It's about how many can they drag with them. And Quinn Richards out there in lane number 0. We are talking about a true outside lane, really putting a fight up to the rest of the field here. Does not want to take a backward step, really wants to make tonight's final. Breathing the other way, which means he'll be looking into lanes 2 and 3, who will be his closest competitors. If he finishes in the top 3 here, I give him a good chance of making tonight's final. Just needs to make sure he can get his hand on the wall there, because if he drops down to 4th, then unfortunately it's going to be a bit of a lottery as to whether he gets in or not. 2:16 and 2:18 for our first two swimmers. Callum Otto comes over in 3rd from lane 3. And unfortunately, Quinn Richards, an incredible swim, a 2:20, a 10-second PB for the young man. We'll hope that he can make it into tonight's final. We'll see how this 2:20 stacks up in the next heat. And we are into our final seeded heat for the 200 individual medley for males aged 14 years old.
Pretty even start from the boys in the first 25 metres, but having an awesome underwater. We have from our outside lane, we have lane 2, Sebastian Buellin, really working the second 25 of that butterfly and coming in actually under 30 seconds for the first 50. We haven't actually seen that a lot in this event so far.
Unfortunately struggled a little bit with the transition there from the backstroke underwater kicking to the stroke. You saw the hands come out of the water. You usually want to keep your hands in the water so that they can just pull yourself down. We'll see. Usually a bad backstroker means a good breaststroker in my history. So we'll see if he's got a little bit of breaststroke in him.
Yeah, so you look at the likes of Alfred Hahn when he's doing his breakout. He's taking that stroke just before he comes to the top of the water so that by the time he gets that first hand all the way by his hip, he is at the top of the water and ready to take the next stroke, being very high on the surface where there is the least resistance. And it does look like you were right, Elliot. We are seeing a bit of a move coming from lane 2 in our breaststroke shortly. With our second place is our Surrey Park swimmer. 2 Surrey Park swimmers actually chasing down our lead, Alfred Hahn. We have Aston Wilson and Ryan Altus really pushing forward and challenging our leader in this breaststroke legs. They are going stroke for stroke and are touching just milliseconds apart coming into the freestyle.
So we're talking about the transitions there. So they're able to shut down that time. Oh, wow, we've really got a race in 3 here. But with transition means you can shut down the time that the person who's leading can get that advantage in the breaststroke to the freestyle. And because they all touched at a similar time, there's not much of an advantage that's been had. And I'll tell you what, Ryan Atlas in lane number 6, great swim from the young man, just said, I want to go into tonight's final. Now, 2:20, this is a very slow heat comparative to the rest of the field. I really rate Quinn Richards' chances in the previous heat because he had a 2:20 and came 4th. He would have won this heat if he was in it. So these guys are a bit off. Hannah Alfred and Aston Wilson, they've just dead heated for second. Are they going to have to do a swim off? They're going to be right on that cusp, I think.
We kick off our 4th and final heat with Sebastian, Jacob and Alexander in the pool. It looks like lane 3 and lane 5 are going to go head-to-head in this butterfly leg, but like we've said lots over this morning, it really is anyone's race. We've got to play to our strengths and weaknesses in our IMs.
Yeah, and Tegan, just looking at these entry times, these boys are all sitting at a 2:31, so they're actually only sitting 0.4 seconds within each other. So, on paper, they are in very tight together. But we're going to hope to see, given they are 14 and they have a lot more years than them, let's see if we can get some PBs on the board. Let's see if we can even get a sub 2:30. That would be awesome to see today. What a way to start a championship if you can get under one of those major markers.
We've already seen earlier in the program a couple of people come from these unseeded heats and really get close to those finals. We're not entirely sure whether they've made them or not. But even just literally 2 heats ago, Richard Quinn only seeded a second faster than the people in this heat, and he dropped his time down to a 2:20. So it's not completely out of the realms of possibility.
It really isn't. And turning our attention to what we are seeing right in front of us, we're seeing Sebastian Flowers, love your last name. He is putting together a really strong breaststroke leg and driving forward and really looking like he is on track to getting under that 2:30 mark. I reckon if these boys can touch in maybe a 2:55, 2:56, they should be on track to one of those. Wait, 1:56.
1:55.
Yeah.
And followed by 2 1:56s. We'll need to see how strong their freestyle is. So Sebastian Flowers can come back in a 34. The other 2 boys need to come back in a 33 in order to make this happen. I'll tell you who's really moving is Jacob in lane 4. I'll tell you what, he's definitely got something in him. He's going to fly down this last 50, and it looks like he's just going to steamroll over the top of him and take this heat out, and I will be shocked if he doesn't get under 2:30.
He's got 4 seconds to do so, and he looks like he's going to do it.
Damn
Just
right he did.
stroking.
I knew he would. Great swim there from Jacob.
This is what we love to see. We can see he's really excited. This is what this sport's all about. Personal
Give him a fist
achievements.
bump.
Yep, see a little fist bump. That's
Let him
so
know.
good.
Let him know. Well under. That's the way. Well done, Jacob McCready.
Changing up the pace a little bit, we've got the 100 breaststroke again. This time we have the boys 13 years old, and in the middle we have Lachlan Bull, who has exploded off the blocks. We've seen him quite a few times this morning, so this is going to get into the fatiguing part of this morning session. He's entered in a 107.63, but the Victorian age and all-comers record is sitting at a 105.17. That's been in place since 2015, so it would take a big drop, but one that could happen to see if those records could go down.
Shout out to Ryan Bicknell, trained with him since he was about 13 years old. Excellent swimmer, especially at the age group level. Bickies and Cheese is what we nicknamed him. Wonder if he's listening. Hopefully he is.
Yeah, wow. Lachlan Bull is really storming, really not taking any chances in this morning. Really wants to make sure he has lane 4 tonight. And he's coming in on 109, so probably got a little bit more in the tank to reserve. And probably just under a little bit of fatigue from all the racing that he's done this morning.
We have heat 2 in the border away and racing. Now we know that our breaststroke 100 metres is quite a leg dominant stroke, so these boys will be challenged in these 100 metres to not get too tired with those legs and maintain that speed across this sprint.
I'm just waiting for the 14-year-old boys 200 IM results to come through. I'm really curious as to whether there was a swim off. Oh, there will not be a swim off. Look at how tight that is. Ashton Wilson and Alfred Hand said that they dead heated. They dead heated for 9th place, which means they're 9th and 10th. And then there were 3 100ths of a second back to Xavier Gray. So that could have been a 3-way swim off for 9th, 10th and 11th. Wow.
It looks like here lane 4 has maintained our lucky lane, and Peter Kim will touch him first there with a 1:10.80, closely followed by Alistair with a 1:14.30. And then our outside lane there, lane 2, touching in 3rd.
So the 13-year-olds are jumping in for their final seeded heat. Noah Tucker is the fastest qualifier for this heat. Great transition on the turn there.
So heat 3 of 4, so we're nearing the end of this event.
Jaden Tran has the longest glide of a breaststroker that I've seen, or 100 breaststroker that I've seen now. And get that he's only 13 years old and has much to learn, but this is a great swim from the young man here. You can see how dominant he really snaps that kick. It's a real whip motion. Bang, straight into it. Bang. Keep it tight. I like that. Straight into the streamline. Takes no energy to stay in a streamline. Takes a lot of energy to spin the wheels quite quickly.
Noah Tucker here leading us from start to finish. Opting for a shorter glide, but it's paid off, and he will touch in first with a 1:11.95, and Jaden Tran following him with a 1:13.02, and then Raymond Grave in lane 6 with a 1:17.11. So it's 4, 5, and 6 taking out that heat. Fourth and final heat in the pool with us. And some of these entry times are really close here. So our outside lane, lane 2 and lane 6 will have a little bit of a head to battle, and then it is our middle 3 lanes that we're watching again.
Nice and close off the start here. This is the biggest thing in breaststroke is you see the biggest variety of strokes. You know, a lot of athletes have a lot of different ways, and breaststroke, the reason that people specialize in breaststroke and might struggle with other strokes more than that is because it's such a feel kind of stroke. There's so many different techniques to it. It's just about the feeling of it. And you can be fast in a lot of different ways. It's not just one size fits all. So we're seeing that here. Every single one of these athletes has a different stroke to the last one. They're only separated by about 2 seconds from start to finish. So these guys see that it is going to be Morris Wong here in lane 6. He takes it out. And that will be the conclusion of our 100 breaststrokes for the 13-year-olds. We were talking about old records before, back in 2015. Now try this one on for size. Jason Lee, back in 1997. I wasn't even born. Wasn't even born when he set his record. From Nuttall Swimming Club, Jason, his records decorate the hallways. He was an excellent age group swimmer for a long time at Nuttall and in Victoria in those early 2000s.
We're kicking off event 26, the boys 12-year-old 100-metre breaststroke. Now there are 6 heats in this event. So again, we have our circle-seated heats, our fastest qualifiers in the middle of the pool. So looking for that inverted V shape, which is done quite nicely in this first heat, will be lane 4 there. Gabriel that touches him first with a 35.30.
Daniel Mancini out there in lane 5, also putting in a good shift, getting under that 37-second barrier. But Gabriel Yeo looks like he's going to walk this one in. Walk in is probably a bit much. Mancini there is putting up a very good fight, but Gabriel has just got better underwaters by the look of it. Daniel having a fair income crack at the race. Seems to be faster on top of the water. This is where we talk about skills are the great divider between athletes in short course swimming. So 1:15 there. We might be looking somewhere around the 1:20 mark to make this final. So the first 4 athletes there are all under it. So we'll see how many we have in finals coming up around that 4:20 barrier. Need to fix up the timing in lane number 7. And then I believe these results shall become official.
We kick off heat 2. What a great underwater there from our Surrey Park swimmer in the middle of the pool. Looks like it will be lane 4 though that leads us in this first 25.
Very dominant lead here. Jeez, I'm sorry, I'm trying to say the name in my head before I embarrass myself. Gianluca. I'm going to call him Gianluca.
I think you might be right.
Oh, damn right I'm right. I'm not even going to try the last name, but Gianluca there opened up a massive lead on that first 50. 2 seconds ahead of everyone else. You're seeing some of the people who have just got it in these younger age groups. Out there enjoying himself, swimming without a care in the world. Pretty close between 2nd, 3rd and 4th here. Second will go to Zhu Yan. Third to Samuel Valente. Fourth to Lachlan Henderson. Now, we spoke about how many people are going to get under that 120 barrier. Looks like we've got only one in that heat, around the 118 mark, but one person on the 120. So maybe a little bit slower than the previous heat. We'll see how this one shapes up. There's some spots open in this final.
Now we're coming into the halfway mark. We are now at heat 3. My bad. We're at heat 3 of 6.
Yeah.
Of the 100 breaststroke. Getting ahead of myself there. We have a few people we've seen earlier before. We have Yi Yang. We have Billy Mayne. We've said these names a lot throughout. It's great to see these boys who are so young being so versatile in their program. I think that's a really awesome trait to have at such a young age.
As we said, want to be an IM swimmer all the way up until 15. These guys are new to the scene. 12 years old is the youngest that you can compete in these championships. So for a lot of these swimmers, all of these swimmers, this should be their first state short course championships, and maybe their first state championships in general, depending on when their birthday falls. So these guys are all quite new to it. And next year, we'll obviously see the vast majority of them in the 13-year-old age group.
And quite the battle here between these two boys, but I'm really loving Billy Mayne's underwaters. He's really showcasing those skills with the fast turns and the good underwaters. Lane 4, though, slightly faster on top of the water, and he will touch in first there, James, with a 1:17.48. But Billy Mayne closely following with a 1:17.72. So literally nothing separating first and second there. So it'll be interesting to see what they can do later on.
I mean, we know that Billy had a great swim, won his heat in the 200 IM. Two boys having a bit of a chat. Lane 6 and lane 4, maybe about their times.
Right, now we are halfway with the boys 100-meter breaststroke. We are up to heat 4, and we are seeing a very strong start by lane 4, William Wallace, who's taking out the start of this heat. Also shortly followed by Lucas Dew in lane 8. We do love those outside lanes, giving it a hot crack, especially as we're getting into these unseeded heats where all of these boys have very similar entry times, ranging from a 1:28 to a 1:30, so still very tight together. We'll see if these boys who are still at that 1:30, if they can dip to the 1:29 mark, maybe even lower, which is would be a huge achievement if they can do this today on such a stage.
Our outside lane here, lane 1, William, doing a fantastic job there in the first 50, and he's only looking to lengthen that lead now.
Lucas Dew having a little look around. There's no one really around him. His next closest competitor is 4 lanes away. So, having a look around, you can see he's ahead of everyone else, but he's still very isolated out here in lane 8. When we've got a great battle for first here between lane 1 and lane 4. Brilliant back end there by William Wallace. WW comes back in a 44.3. Just touches out William Yaha. And Lucas Dew finishing in third there, around the 26. So these guys will most likely not feature in tonight's final. And at this point, it is all about trying to get themselves as much experience as possible, racing on the state championship stage. Oh no, we've had 2 kids start not knowing that it was the female side of the pool that started. So you unfortunately have this sometimes. Oh dear. So these 2 swimmers started because they heard the McConnell pool. They blew their whistle and got up on the blocks and had their start, and they didn't realise that was for the other pool. That wasn't for here. So they won't be disqualified for jumping in early. There was a simple, honest mistake. They just need to learn that while both pools are operating at the same time, the officials make sure that they wait until at least one pool is clear before they start the starter signal. The hard thing that can sometimes happen off the back of something like that is refocusing before you need to start the race again.
Yeah, especially given these boys had to swim back into the wall.
And I'll tell you what, it's a very different feeling when you're dripping wet and you can see the drips coming down your body as you're looking down to start the race. Unfortunately, wasn't a great start there for lane number 7. Edward just struggled off the dive there.
Lane 8, though, having a little bit of a practice before when he was diving in, and he's just gone back and fixed his dive and just done such a better job there in the start, and really put him ahead in that first 25.
Yeah, it seems like he got a bit of adrenaline rush from that one, so great to see him using that little honest mistake before for the better. But turning to attention to the middle of the pool, we have a great race going on. Lane 5 and lane 9, our outside lane, has really put on a pressing performance. Pierce Wells, he's taken out this race hard, and he's going to see if he can get... He's one of those athletes that he's got entered in a 1:30, but he is well on track to breaking that, pushing this last 25. Let's see if he can get under. He is really ahead of the rest of this field and absolutely just put himself out there. It is really admirable to see our swimmers just giving it a crack, being brave, being curious as well. And he is absolutely going to smash his goals. 1:26.68. Well done, Pierce Wells. You have really shown everyone here today the work and effort you've been putting in training.
Absolutely stoked with that swim he is. Big smile to the crowd, looking for his parents. Mum, did you see that? Yes, we did, sweetie. It's a great swim. Just got a slight hold up. Oh, one of the kids is getting in the wrong lane. He was not lane 0. He was meant to be lane 1. For some of these athletes, it can be difficult. I'm not sure what the Laverton pool is like, but if it's only an 8-lane pool, and you come to MSAC for your first state championship and it's a 10-lane pool, you think, oh, lane 1, I'm in the end lane. So you don't even look, you just automatically go to it. I wonder if that's what's happened there for Caleb Wong. He just thought, oh, lane 1, that's the end lane. Just assumed, whereas may not know it's a 10-lane pool. Does now, though. He does now.
You'll never make the same mistake again, that's for sure. Swimming in the wrong lane can mean you get no time, so... Lane 5 there, making a fantastic start though, and he will touch in first. William Bear. Bit of a battle for second though. It is kind of anyone's race still in this third 25.
This is the final heat before we move back up to the big old 17, 18-year-olds. We shall see. Good swim here from William Bear. Led from the first 50, leads into the second 50, and after 100 metres, he has taken it out just under that 1 minute 30 barrier. Good quality PB from the young man, and even the people around him, so far ahead of his PB that even the people around him that were ranked faster still PB'd as well. Caleb Wong, out in lane 1, has gone on to have a great swim and a massive PB there as well. Now we move on to something out of our program, event 185. This is swim off.
Our first swim off of the championships.
I said I wanted one in the 200 IM. The 50 free will have to do for me though. These guys have separated 24.56. I can guarantee you with all the money in my bank account that one of these guys will go faster than that, and the coach will say, why didn't you do that the first time? What a swim from these two boys. There's more pride on the line when it's just you versus someone else. And I'll tell you what, we're going to be close to a dead heat again. Oh, both of them went faster. 24.45 and 24.53. Both of these guys would be in the final if they just did that the first time.
Changing tones again. We're back to the 200 metre medley this time. We've got our big boys, the 17, 18 age groups. We have 3 heats of this event, and we are seeing 2 age groups in this event. We do have in this heat, we have some big names swimming. We have Felix Dressel-De Bruin. We have some interstaters from Albury. We have Edward O'Connor. But leading this race, we do have Felix, who's touched the wall in 26.81 for that first 50. Now, he is known for his breaststroke events, racing them and picking up some medals at nationals. So we'll see him in this race just stay nice and relaxed in the backstroke and turn. Oh, we have had someone stop in the middle of the race, lane 6. That's Riley Hodgkins, hoping he is okay. Not too sure what's going on there.
He's holding onto his throat. I wonder if he's just gone up for a breath and just breathed in a mouthful of water. Not entirely sure what's happened, but he seems okay. He's getting to the end and he's just going to jump out of the water by the looks of it. See if he needs any medical attention. Sorry, race still goes on. So long as he's all right and doesn't interfere with the other athletes, I think take care of him. Felix is definitely pulling away here in the breaststroke as predicted, as we've seen him on the national level do. Turns in a 135. You'd hope he'd finish around a 205 here. You don't want to slack off too much. All right, the lifeguard's just gone over and just given the quick, are you all right, to Riley there. He's given a quick nod back. I get the feeling it might have been just sucking in some water, but we'll find out. But the rest of the race goes on here. He was entered as our 10th place athlete in a time of 2:12. 2:06 and 2:07 for our first 2. On the wall there, Callum Rossetto and Felix Dressel-De Bruin.
is now heat 2 of the 200 IM. We have, again, some big names. We have Jake Ridley, we have Joshua Witkowski, Tom Urquhart, who we see swimming very regularly here at MSAC and on those Victorian and Australian teams. Off to a flying starts lane 3, Jake Ridley, who has touched the butterfly in a 26.82.
What an underwater there from Jake, really utilising those skills. So we love to see it from our older athletes, showcasing how important those skills are and how with experience we just get better and better and better. And he's done the same in this next 25. He's making that 15-metre mark every time. A great turn there again. He's got a significant lead now.
We'll see if he can hold on to it for this final 100 metres, but so long as he finishes in the top 2 here, I'd rate his chances very highly of making it through to tonight's final.
Now it's really interesting to watch. Obviously, he went out with such a fantastic start to his race with that butterfly and that backstroke leg, but obviously breaststroke not being his strongest here, and lane 5 slowly creeping up to close that gap on him. We will have a change in leader. Tom will touch first, leading us into the freestyle leg. And it will be quite the battle between Tom and Jake for this last 25.
Those boys have turned at the same time. That's not something you see very often. So hopefully they'll use that opportunity, both breathing towards each other, to catch a cheeky look and see if they can put in those final few strokes, trying to see if they can out-touch each other. But that was a nice big glide from both of those boys, so indicating there's more on the tank for tonight. So tune in for the finals for the UNCLOUD 2025 Victorian Short Course Championships to see what they're going to pull off later tonight.
Small PB there for Jake Ridley. So you do wonder how much he does have left. If he's already done a personal best there, does he have like an extra 2 or 3 seconds in him, or will that be similar to what he does tonight? And he just wanted to make sure he has a place in the final, doesn't have to worry about it later on.
And this is heat 3 of 3 away and swimming for our boys 17 and 18 200 metre IM. Now these boys look like they're going significantly faster than our previous heats, so it'll be interesting to see some of the times here. Lane 2 there will lead us. Now we have watched Darcy race earlier this morning. So can he back up this morning's race with a great 200 IM?
There's that famous bouncing backstroke that he's got going on for Darcy Connell. Now, backstrokers are very well known for having incredible underwaters. You think back to Mitch Larkin, Aaron Pearsall, Brian Lockley, Michael Phelps. You know, they've got incredible underwaters and smooth transitions, and he showcased that in the butterfly, not just the backstroke. Won't be able to showcase it in the breaststroke here.
Yeah, I am going to place my prediction that Harry Heath is going to pull away, though, in this breaststroke leg. He is known for that breaststroke ever since he was a little one, and now coming through to the senior ranks, he's showing time and time again. Look at that very, very long and efficient stroke. Looks like a piece of cake.
We got Benjamin Nolte also here on either side of him. He's got first and second, so he knows exactly where he sits in this race. He can see both of them out of the corner of his eye as much as he's meant to focus on his own race. And we come down to the final 50 here. I think all 3 of these boys are going to roll into this final. As long as they're well around that 215 to 220 mark. I think that'll be excellent. Oh, actually no, I'm going to say sub 215 is probably what they need to be. Well, Harry had a bit of a race on his hands after 100 metres, but he's broken away to win the event by 3.5 seconds. Finishes in as 2:08. Yeah, two 2:12s there for lanes number 2 and 3.
We're continuing with the streak of the 200 medley, but this time we are turning our attention to the 16 years age group. Now seated first for this event, we have Milo Dressel de Bruin. We saw his older brother Felix racing before. This family dynasty is very strong in the IM. It's great to see these boys out there giving it a good old crack in the morning. And we're looking very even throughout lanes 3, 4, and 5, all touching very strongly in those low 28s for their butterfly. But having the better of the turn is lane 4, Dressel de Bruin.
Now it really is, looking at the middle of the pool here, quite the battle in this backstroke leg. So again, it's going to come down to who is the stronger breaststroker here. And we do know that Milo, again, is well known for his breaststroke.
We also have Darcy Stewart, who is also a very strong breaststroker. Also does a lot of IM, particularly the 4IM, like his older brother, Mitchell Stewart, as well.
Zayden there did touch in first, so he's led us to this breaststroke leg, but like predicted, Milo has pulled through in this breaststroke, being one of his strongest strokes.
Yeah, and that last underwater, how beautiful it was, getting all the way to 10 meters. Takes a lot of hypoxic control at this point in the race when the lungs are really burning. To be able to hold that glide and make the most of it is something that you really have to work on in training. Being comfortable with that very uncomfortable feeling of that burning sensation in your lungs.
That's quite a good lead that Milo has now. Like we said earlier, if you touch first in that breaststroke with a good lead, you're really going to be able to maintain that in the freestyle leg. Not too much changes in this freestyle leg. So looks like Milo will take out this heat and make that final for this 200 IM. And he touches there with a 2:09.79. And it is Darcy Stewart in second with a 2:12.00. And then Zayden holding on to that third with a 2:12.89. We kick off heat 2 of 4 of the 200-meter medley for our 16-year-old boys. It's pretty even in that first 25 of the butterfly. We'll start to see some of these boys pull away in that backstroke leg. It looks like lane 4, Lewis G will touch in first and lead us through to the backstroke.
Now, Lewis does have quite a strong backstroke, so we can expect to see him pull away slightly during this leg, and we can see exactly that happening. Watching as he comes off the turn, does his underwaters, popping up a bit early there. Next to him, in fact, lane 5, Max Malone, having an awesome underwater just to stay up and keep up with Lewis in lane 4. And looks like Max is actually going to have a really close call on Lewis coming into the breaststroke leg.
Yeah, so we're moving into our make or break stroke here. So it's going to come down to who has the better breaststroke, and it looks like our Surrey Park swimmer is going to really take out this breaststroke leg.
Yeah, he really is holding on to the water, keeping and extending that stroke that he's got. And he's looking really nice and relaxed. Even though his stroke has got so much power in it, it looks like there is a lot more that he could potentially put in looking into the final tonight.
That was always the impressive thing about the best swimmers, is they make fast swimming look easy. Like anyone can do it. Like anyone can just jump in a pool and do it. And that's what the mark of a great swimmer is can they look fast, look easy, but it's actually really hard. You'll see them at the end and they're puffing like there's no tomorrow.
Exactly. And you can see them puffing, and definitely worked hard that whole race with lane 5, Max Malone touching in a 2:11.82, Lewis G 2:12.40, and Harry Coomber in a 2:14.15, which is slightly above our entry times, but do expect that to come down later tonight.
We kick off heat 3, so we're nearing the end of this event with only 4 heats. And what a powerful start from our middle lanes there in this butterfly.
Yeah, also in the green cap, we have Joshua Fitzgerald, who has really had an awesome butterfly coming into that first 25, now that's second. But actually, in fact, touching the wall first, it is going to be him, but very shortly followed by Kynan Powell, who I think is racing his 3rd event for this morning.
Yeah, Kynan has had an absolutely stacked program, and he did the same at Metro, so we know he can back up those races really well. He's doing just that here, butterfly and backstroke being one of his stronger strokes. So it'll be interesting to see how things switch up in that breaststroke again.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been talking a lot about the breaststroke leg and how it's the make or break. And we're about to come into that after this turn. So we're going to expect to see some place changings. What they will look like, we don't know just yet.
So Joshua there, he's obviously quite a strong breaststroker, and he's looking to close that gap between him and Kynan. Kynan is just holding on to that lead in this first 25 of the breaststroke leg, but I'm not so sure how long he's going to be able to maintain that. It's quite the battle between the middle of the pool here coming down underneath the flags. Looks like lane 3 had the better of the breaststroke legs there with Samuel Mills, and he will take over that first place spot.
Absolutely, Tegan, but looking like it's going to be a storming finish. Samuel Mills is holding on to that lead for now and is going to come in that last turn for that 25. It looks like things are hurting. We didn't see any butterfly kicks there, but he is really upping that rate, breathing every second stroke, but having so much power as he's pulling through. He's going to put his head down and he's going to come under the wall, touching in a 2:12.89. which is a second PB from his entry time of the 2:14.06.
What a fantastic swim there from Kynan. He dropped right back in that breaststroke down to 4th place, and then he picked it back up in the freestyle to then finish in second with a 2:14.21. So great swim from all of those boys.
So unfortunately, a little delay there. I think that what's happened here is the kid in lane 9, so he hasn't actually... He's not meant to be in this event. I wonder if he missed his race earlier and is just being put in, and they'll add a name to his time, but it just looked like Coach Caden Gill, of head coach of the Nunna Cheltenham club, just said, hey, can my swimmer, he missed his race, can he just come up and jump in this spare lane that's off to the side here? So see what comes of it. At the moment, he's leading. Scott Robinson. See if that's correct.
Yeah, known as Scotty on full deck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, actually something I've been meaning to make a note during these championships. Today's a Friday. These guys are all missing school.
Yeah. Oh, wait, are they?
Yes.
Not school holidays?
Not school holidays. These guys are all missing a day of school. So it is a really interesting point, because managing school and sport it's like walking a tightrope, because most of these swimmers are going to be training maybe 3 out of the 5 school days of the week. So they're up at 4 a.m. They're training 5 a.m. till 7 a.m. and then they have a full day of school. Maybe they've got an afternoon session, but they have got to manage things like going to bed on time, making sure that they are getting enough in during the day so that they can recover during school, which can be a huge challenge for sure. And I know all of us here on commentary, we are swimmers or ex-swimmers and know what it's like to have to deal with big long days after training, and can definitely appreciate all that these swimmers are doing to manage their academic load and their sporting achievements at the same time.
Now it looks like Scott Robinson, it was a good idea for him to sneak in on this race, because he has absolutely taken this heat out, and he will touch him first there with a 2:14.68. So lucky we had a spot for him there. Lane 5 will touch in second. We'll have to wait to confirm that time.
Hey, so Scott Robinson, meant to be in the previous heat, lane number 6, 2:15.01 was his entry time. So he's just done a half a second PB after rocking up to a race late. Do we know if that has made the final?
I don't know, but we'll be mighty lucky if it did.
We kick off the boys' 15-year-olds 50-metre freestyle now, event 34. Now we have 5 heats in this event. A bit of a splash and dash here.
That's it. What a lead here by Leo Dong. Wow, that was a beautiful transition from butterfly kick straight into the freestyle. Didn't lose any momentum, lost no time at all. 23.30. great swim, small PB, and he will have another chance tonight to take 0.2 of a second off that time. And if he can, he will take the Victorian all-comers record held by Ollie Nash back in 2016. God, was it that long ago?
We have heat 2 away and swimming. Love to see these 50-metre freestyles having full heats. Again, it's our middle lanes. We've got lane 4, lane 5, and lane 6. Bit of a head-to-head battle there. Lane 5 opting to stay under the water that little bit more. Lane 4 here coming underneath the flags. And it looks like he will touch in first. Harrison Main there with a 24.17, closely followed by Liam with a 24.46.
Just a touch off the pace of the previous heat, but honestly, Leo Dong was so far ahead that I'm doubting that many people are going to get close to him tonight.
Heat 3 away and racing.
It's really hard to choose a leader in the first 25 of these 50-metre freestyles. It is so tight and there is so much splash, it's so hard to see what's going on. But it does look like our swimmer out from Geelong, that is Jacob Riches, has had a dominating performance with a 24.21. He's actually coming in 0.4 under his entry time, which for a 50 is a huge personal best.
Very impressive swim from him there. We just need to see if it looks like 24 low is going to be the time for the majority of these athletes, and I would suggest it's not going to be too far off what they need to do to get a medal tonight. We now move into the unseeded heat, so if any of these guys can drop a 24, maybe even potentially a low 25, then I'm sure that that's going to be a PB for the majority of these guys. They're all entered around the 26-second mark, so we'll see how many of those guys can get close to really putting in a good showing. 3. They're sitting around that high 25 mark, so a decent amount of PBs in there. All of the boys in that heat were ranked between a 26.2 and a 26.6. So the fact that we've had at least 3 25s on the board there, I think shows some very good improvement for those 3 athletes especially. And from lanes 1, 4, and 3, so a little bit over the place. An outside lane, a couple of inside lanes. Usually pretty open in these races, as it will be here. Now after this race, we're going to go straight back into the 14-year-old boys, and it's going to be their 100 butterfly. And the kid who owns this Victorian record, Ollie Nash, also owns the 14-year-old 100 butterfly record. So I'll tell you what, he's a swimmer. He was a swimmer back in the day. Victorian champion and national champion. Cody said 25.70. The only person to get under 25 seconds in that 50. Done a great job there. Well, that's a whole second PB, making the journey worthwhile from Traralgon. And we now move into one of the best athletes of this competition on the male side. It is Ishak Ismail, ready to dominate this 100 butterfly. One of only 2 people with a time under 102. There's only 2 people in this 14-year-old's 100 butterfly with a time under 102. One of them goes 59, which Aiden Ramos. Ishak Ismail goes a 56. A 56. 6 seconds faster than 3rd place. What an incredible athlete he is. I wonder if he's going to set a statement here or whether he's just going to get through. I'm going to assume he's going to finish somewhere around a 58-second 100 butterfly here. He doesn't need to push this. We saw him have a crack in the heats of the 200 IM where he did a small PB for himself. If he can just get through this, maybe a 58, put himself at least in lane 5 at worst case scenario here. Look at him, just how smooth he is through the race. Head down last 5 metres, that's brilliant. That's perfect, a 58.20. Exactly what we wanted from him. And a 102 and a 103 for second and third. You might think, oh, the race is won there. He was 2 seconds faster than the second fastest on that second 50. So that back end, he went a 30. Next fastest was 32. Very impressive from the young man. I'm going to see if it's around that 103 to make this final. So he had a 103 low there. The 103 low came third. Ishak with a 58. Looked good as he did it. In butterfly, this is the epitome, as I've said earlier, just about strokes in general, but I think butterfly more than ever. It is so important to look good when you do it. There's very few butterflies with an unattractive stroke. You know, they all swim very similarly. Now, Oscar Magalotti here in lane number 6, much smaller frame, but beautiful technique. Like, he's smaller than the other 14-year-olds in this event. I wonder if he's 14 or whether he's just turned 14 from being 13 years old earlier this year. But he's got excellent technique on him. But we're seeing Aiden Ramos. He was out in a 28. He's going to do well to keep himself under the 60-second barrier here, being pushed by Christopher Lee. You can see Christopher, what he does exceptionally is he's got a beautiful second kick into his glide. So that first kick as the hands release out the back of the stroke, and second kick as you glide forward. He has a very, very powerful kick there. We're seeing Oscar there in 5th with a 103. So it's definitely going to be around that 103 barrier, because third was also a 103 with Campbell Mills out there in lane 3. I'd say Aiden Ramos and Christopher Lee are more than safe here in their positions, but Oscar there with his 63 has done an outstanding job to come in 5th.
Just clearing the swimmers from the pool now. There's a lot of technical difficulties going on, so good to get them out and ready. The swimmers getting ready on the blocks, just trying to stay nice and warm, doing their arm swings, doing some leg swings, getting into some streamline a few times. Got some big breaths going on. Bit of some jumps going from lane 7, trying to get that blood flow continuing. And now we refocus.
Kick off heat 3 of a 100-meter butterfly.
Now, what a race this is. This is a sprint of the most arguably painful stroke. And these boys are going out hard and they're going out fast. They are not leaving anything to chance. They want to be out there and they want to be contenders for this final.
I honestly think a butterfly might be the only stroke that I actually want to race over short course, because you get those underwaters and you get those turns, and they act as if it's a little bit of a break from that butterfly in that 100 and 200.
Oh, absolutely. When I was swimming, I used to play a game with myself to see how little butterfly I could do in a 100-meter race. And it looks like Liam Joy from Nunawading has taken out that tactic, but has got such a strong butterfly as he comes under the wall. He's entered in a 1:02, but he's touching in a 1:01.69. So nice little PB there for him.
I reckon without that long glide into the wall, it could have been that 1 minute flat mark, or even sub a minute with that last 5 meters. So hopefully making the final tonight, he could potentially fix that.
It's definitely going to be a 1:03 to make this final. We saw the top 3 there finishing in that time. We've got at least 12 athletes under 1:04.
We kick off heat 4, so nearing the end of our 100-meter butterfly swimmers. Like Abby was saying before, we got quite an even field across that first 25. Coming underneath the flags, it will be our swimmer from Ringwood in lane 3, Austin, that will touch in first. Having the better of turns there is Xavier in lane 4.
Yeah, butterfly is one of those strokes where you really have to focus on your timing. If you are in a sticky situation, it's a question of, do I do a glide or do I do a funky little half stroke? And it's those decisions that make or break those races, because it affects the momentum that you can carry into the wall, and thus the momentum you take off the wall. Now coming under the flags, we do have our swimmer in lane 3, Austin McNaught, touching in a 1:05.56, followed by Xavier Crisp in a 1:06.93. And in third with a 1:07.8, we have Hugo Pankhurst.
I said earlier in the program that it's better to be short on the wall for a turn, long for a finish. That way you can keep momentum on the finish. But these guys, they seemed a bit short on their turn, just because we saw them finish and their hands were out of the water. They didn't finish with their hands under the water. Now, not that that's illegal, so long as they have both hands touch the wall at the same time, then that's completely fine. But when you see them that high on the wall, usually means that they're gotten their touch a little bit wrong. And now here we are in the final heat, unseeded, of this 100 butterfly. Well, after this, we will be moving on and seeing one of the stars of this competition, Han Tang Wang, swimming against his own Victorian record, which he broke earlier this year, just a couple of months ago.
And it looks like it will be Alexander in lane 3 that leads us into the second 50 of this race, but closely following him is lane 5, Noah. There's really nothing in it between these two boys, so it's going to be quite the battle down the last 25. But Noah's putting these afterburners on. And he does touch in first there, so he takes over that lead. Can he maintain it for the whole 25?
It's a good, confident swim here from Noah Coulson. Look at that, coming back in a 35 compared to his competitors somewhere around that 37 to 38 second barrier. So that just shows that a good, well-measured swim, 31-35. That's going to get you, or 32-35 potentially. That's a good quality swim from the young man. We now move on to arguably the star of age group swimming on the men's side in Victoria, Han Tang Wang, coming up.
starting now. We have event 38, the boys 200 meter freestyle. Age group is the 13 years. Again, as we expected, we have a flying start from Han Teng Wang in lane 4. We have quite a tight, in fact, second. We have lanes 3, lanes 5, and lane 6 all going head to head. It looks like these boys are really trying to push this race from the start. And a 25.93 for a first 50. That is more easy than easy speed. This race is almost kind of looking like what we used to see with Ledecky when the screen was only on her and she'd had no one around her. It seems like Han Teng's running a similar race. He has no one around him. He is racing his own race, and he is sticking to that plan that him and his coach Dan Gill have formulated together.
All right, I'm going to say it now. He's going to try and go out in a 54 tonight, because what he's done is he's gone a 25 and then a 28, and you can see he's pulled the brake. There's no kick behind him anymore. Out in a 54, if he does that tonight and then goes 29-29, that means that he's going to be somewhere around the 152 mark, which will break his own record. So he's really backed off. After a 28.9 there, he's dropped down to a 32.66. Just said, I don't need to push this. I've got a big meet coming up. Yes, this is my prized event, but I've got to look past tonight and look forward to the future as to what I can do in the long run.
Yeah, it really looks like he has practiced that front end of his race and made that his goal for this morning, making sure that he knows he can pull off that kind of time off the front of his race to know how that type of speed feels as well. And still, 2:00:06, still a crazy time.
He backed off and still went 32.32, and everyone else in the race has been around the 32. Yep, no one went faster than him on that last 50, and he pulled the handbrake on. That's how quick this kid is. He's absolutely lightning. I'm going to assume he's going to try and be about at least 6-7 seconds faster just in the back end alone. Don't look for any extra front end speed tonight. I've always said I love it when I can see an athlete's plan, when I can actually see what they are trying to do and what their coach is trying to implement for them, and then making that a reality.
I think it just proves that your relationship with your coach is so important. Obviously, his coach is giving him some really good guidance there for a heat swim and a final swim.
All right, so in lane 4 here, we've got our second fastest qualifier, Thomas, son of Mary. He'll hopefully lead this out. It looks like anywhere around the 2:05 mark we'll walk into tonight's final. Got some good swimming from these athletes at the moment. Now, we've had a couple of people pull out. My favourite boy, Lincoln Hall, is unfortunately not here. I don't know if I've said that enough yet, but he's not here. He's unfortunately unwell. And Harry Curl from Traralgon.
Yeah, something that I've been wanting to mention, especially for this boy's 13 years old, this is a very significant age category because a few months ago, Swimming Australia actually announced that the boys' 13 years age group would be reintroduced into age nationals. So a lot of these, they added the boys 13 years and the girls 18 years, and then they got rid of age group swimming at Australian Open.
They've gotten rid of it?
Yeah, they've gotten rid of it.
Interesting.
Yeah, so there's no more 19-20 category at Australian Opens, but there's now the 2 extra categories in age swimming.
So they're taking it back to the way it was.
Yeah, exactly. So now these boys have a renewed goal of being able to swim at an age championships a year earlier than anticipated.
I always found that odd about the way that they swam that at nationals. I'll potentially talk about it in the next heat as we come down to the final 25 here. And as we said, Tommy Poppins Looks like he's going to take it out in a time of around that 2:05, about 2:07, 2:08 for the first two boys there from Nuttawading and Surrey Park, respectively. And we're just the guys behind them are just over that 2:10 barrier, so we're going to need to see. I can't quite remember what the other athletes in Heat 1 did, but once again, we've got a lot of withdrawals in this next heat as well, with lanes 5 and 6 both missing. So Thomas O'Toole and Fraser Blair, two first names.
Yeah, and turning first, we do have Archie Smythe taking out that first 50 in a 28.82. We can expect those middle 50s to hover around a 30, maybe a 31. And we'll be keeping an eye on the board, seeing those green and red numbers to see whether he's able to pull a negative split in this event. Coming shortly behind him, maybe 1 or 2 body lengths, we do have in lane 3 Michael Yu, who is probably trying to make it a goal of his to catch up to that swimmer out in front. He is breathing towards him. So in races like this, it does help if you are able to breathe bilaterally. So that means breathing on both your left and your right sides. It means that you do have the ability to have a sneaky peek at competitors on either side of you, which is something that is a bit interesting because a lot of swimmers have a preferred side that they do look at and that they find more comfortable breathing in. But having that ability to breathe bilaterally does pose a bit of advantage over the rest of your competitors.
I will say I never used to breathe I always used to breathe bilaterally because breathing to one side would make me dizzy, just looking back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And it wasn't until about 16, 17 until I started developing, all right, my right side's a bit stronger. I'm going to breathe on that side to make it nice and even. So it seems to be more common in athletes at younger ages these days to just pick a side and stick to it. Obviously the problem you have is your body becomes a little bit uneven with the way it relies on one side compared to the other. But either way, we have a great swim there from Archie Smith. We've seen him a couple of times today, haven't we? And in a 2:06.4 there, and followed by Michael Yu in second. 2:10, that'll waltz him into the final. I'm going to say that quite a lot of these swimmers will be swimming tonight as we don't have a whole lot that turned up for the race.
Changing the pace again, we are in the 200 freestyle, but this time we have our youngest age group. It's the boys, 12 years. Now looking at that record from 2010 from Nicholas Capamola, 2:03.26. That record has stood for 15 years. Not too sure if it's going to go anytime soon. Our fastest entry, Isaac Kelly, sitting at a 2:13. So unless we've got a 10-second PB coming that way, Nicholas Capamola, your record might stand for another year.
We have seen some 10-second PBs though today, so you never quite know what could happen on that final stage tonight.
We also know Billy Mayne has had a great start to the program so far, made just about every final that he's entered himself into. So don't rule his hot streak of form out. We just hope that the travel down from Wodonga hasn't completely taken it out of him, and that he's good to go for tonight's finals.
Yeah, it is quite the battle there between Billy Mayne and Jaden. Slowly creeping up is Isaac Kelly. Now, Isaac Kelly is one of our standout swimmers from Metros, so hopefully will really pull through in this 200.
Great battle here for these front runners, first two. I'm going to assume that both of them are going to make tonight's final, you know, when they're this far ahead of the rest of the pack. You know, there's a little bit of pride on the line as a swimmer, you know, when you're looking across and you see your teammate there, but there's a fine line between burning yourself out in the morning and then, you know, asserting a bit of dominance and trying to let the other person know, hey, I'm not going to be pushed around, whether it's this morning, whether it's tonight, I'll take you anytime, anywhere.
Yeah, and coming underneath the flags now, looks like Billy Main has maintained that speed on top of the water. He will touch in first with a 2:10.89, closely followed by Jaden with a 2:11.11. And then in third, Isaac Kelly held on with a 2:15.00.
Now we saw there, now we were talking about the benefits of breathing bilaterally. That's the benefit of breathing on one side, because he saw that Jaden was put in a 6-beat kick and just started going with 10 metres to go. When you're breathing bilaterally, the earliest that you could breathe back to the side you check, you breathe 3, then you breathe another 3 back the other way. It's been 6 strokes. He might have already done his move by then. If you're breathing every 2 and you're looking at him the whole time, you can react pretty quickly.
We are 50 metres in with this second heat of the boys 200 freestyle. Coming in first so far, we have Yi Yang making his third or fourth, perhaps, appearance for this morning. These 12-year-olds are really resilient with their racing. They have backed up with a very busy program on only the first day of this competition. Seems like these boys have now settled into their pacings. Just a few issues with the board right now, not showing times, but they are coming up on the live stream, so that is good for our viewers at home.
Looks like our Haileybury swimmer is making quite a dominating lead there. Slowly creeping up on him is the swimmer next to him in lane 4.
And now these boys are about to come into the last 50 of their swim. These golden lanes out here with the yellow lane ropes. They are still breathing toward each other, trying to get a grasp of what their competitors are going to do. Are they going to make a move? Are they going to explode?
Looks like our Haileybury swimmer here is putting on those afterburners down this last 25 after seeing that he'd quickly just lost that lead that little bit, but it doesn't look like it will be enough. Lane 4 will touch in first there, closely followed by our Haileybury swimmer.
And storming into third, we have lane 3, Josh Coe.
we kick off our third and final heat of the 200-metre freestyle. Now, it looks like our outside lane, lane 8 there, having a great start to this 200.
I thought that they slipped off the block, but it turns out that it was all a plan. It was a ploy. They are ready to go in this race and see if they can get around. If they can get anywhere around 2:15, I think that they'll have a good chance at tonight.
Lane 8 here, still maintaining that strong lead. Starting to lose that tiny little bit. Looks like Halebury are just 200 freestylers at this point.
Well, Halebury being run by Sarah Scott, one of her most, I'd say, impressive achievements that I know of. She had all first, second and third at Nationals in one race. William Petrick, Yanning Zhang and Evan Chi, first, second, third, all in her squad. So she is an incredible age group swimmer. She's proven that time and time again, and Halebury are lucky to have her. And she's making some good improvements in their athletes here. Unfortunately, Harvey has just rolled back in the crowd a bit here. The majority of these front runners are swimming 33s. For these 50s, 33 to 35. He's dropped to 36, unfortunately. And it's Rupert Davin that has taken over the lead here.
We've seen Rupert race before this morning, so it's good to see that he can back up these races quite nicely. So those cool downs and warm-ups are going to be super important to him, who's probably got a stacked program this weekend. We're just coming into the last 10 metres of this race, and Rupert's really held on to that lead. And he touches in first there with a 1:13.90, closely followed by lane 3, Callum Wilson with a 2:17.62. Kick off event 42, the boys 17, 18, 50 metre freestyle. There are 4 heats in this, so we're looking at our more experienced athletes, and our eyes are looking at the middle of the pool now, and it looks like we do have Felix swimming once again. He's going to take out this first heat there with a 22.35. What a fantastic heat swim there from Felix. Heat 2 away in swimming. Some fantastic underwaters there from our lane 5 swimmer. Lane 4 opting to stay underwater that little bit longer, and it looks like it will pay off, and he'll touch in first. Ashley Nichols will touch with a 22.80, closely followed by Owen with a 23.31.
It's always good when the coaches are proud of their athletes. We've got Caden Gill on the side here, former Victorian champion in sprint freestyle. He is obviously the coach of Will Pinozo. They're in lane 2 of the previous heat, and Will has obviously done a half a second PB and given the big double barrel to his coach and said, "How you like that one?"
Sure is, but looking like an absolutely storming conditions. That's coming from lane 4. That's Campbell Wilson Moran. 22.37. That actually just might be our fastest for this event so far. We've seen a few 22s, but none of them have been this low so far.
0.2 off the national record. 0.17. Around
Victorian.
Oh, sorry, Victorian record. Sorry. That's going to be a great race tonight between those two fastest qualifiers.
Yep, him and Felix Ressels-Gruen, who did a 2.235.
Very selfish. We don't have long to talk about them because it's a 53, and yet both of them have 3 names. Taking up all of our time.
Our 4th and final heat are in the pool with us now.
It is a tight race. There is no clear one, but it does look like outside lane 1 is making a slight separation, and he's got a touch in a 24.92. Oliver Moxon making an outside lane. He's actually primarily a triathlete, so it's great to see him have a go in the pool at an event like this.
Very interesting. We are now on for a completely opposite event. We have the 16-year-old 200-meter breaststroke. What's more opposite than a 53? Chuck in a 200 breaststroke.
Yeah, it keeps things interesting for us, so I'm not complaining. We do have a bit of a leader here. We do have lane 5. Hamish Evans has taken this race out from the start, and he is showing us a masterclass of underwaters.
And we got another Dressel De Bruin there. So lane number 4. It's always interesting, you know, you start the 17, 18-year-olds off with Felix, and then you get Milo starting the 16-year-olds off. These two seem to be dominating their age group at this state age championships.
Sure do. They must have a lot of broccoli at dinner at night.
What does broccoli do for you?
Makes you faster.
Does it?
Yeah. Get your veggies in, guys. Get your veggies in, kids.
I was a spinach guy.
Really?
And Brussels sprouts. I like Brussels sprouts.
Oh, only if you do them in the air fryer with like some oil and sea salt.
Oh, and maybe I did them in the oven with bacon. Maybe that's why I like them.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, it was good.
Okay.
Anyway, back to the racing. Sometimes it's good just to take a quick second. You know, you don't have to talk about swimming the whole time. Swimming's a good portion, but we know that we're going to see these two guys in the middle in the final tonight, where they will be taking it much more seriously. But if you don't think that your kid's swimming down and having these exact conversations, then you would be surely mistaken. Maybe not talking about veggies, but definitely talking about random things.
Yeah, for sure.
You get into some weird conversations when you hang out with people 20 hours a week and then start having to find new topics.
Yeah, exactly. Now back to the racing though, we are actually coming into the last 15 metres of the race, and these boys are still looking like they're taking things pretty chill, making sure that all they do right now is book a spot in their final and making sure they're not expending too much energy, because they have a big thriller coming up tonight. All right, this is heat 2 of the boys. 16 years, 200-meter breaststroke. Having a beautiful stroke. We have Andre Tallarico in lane 6, who's taken out this first 50 in a 32 low, carrying that speed in his underwater into this next part of the race, where he is looking like he's maintaining a little bit of a gap, but is being shortly chased by our lane 4 swimmer, who is Dax Connery.
I often wonder, you know, how much these guys talk about wanting to just make the final tonight, or whether they do have a plan for the morning to get through. You know, is it going to be just, I want to set a time a certain way I want to swim? Because you look at this heat and you got about 3 people that are really in contention for making a good attempt at the finals tonight. And so if you're that person in lane 4, you need to find that motivation to be like, actually, you know, how am I going to swim this in order to get the best out of myself tonight? You know, it's not always about I get in and I do the bare minimum to get through. Sometimes swimming within 3 seconds of your PB actually fills you with more confidence for the night than a swim where you just take it as easy as possible just to make the final.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really critical to not waste racing opportunities like this. Having these morning swims, you can focus on very specific parts of your race. So say an athlete might talk to their coach in the morning and be like, all right, I know I'm going to make a final, I'm seeded second, but for this race, I'm going to specifically work on those 5 meters in the wall and the 10 meters out the wall. And if you can nail that for those 7 turns, you are setting yourself up really well tonight, as I'm sure Dax Conheady will tonight with his 2:20.03 swim, which will comfortably getting him in, followed by Samuel Mills with a 2:25.20.
Swimming is all about momentum. We spoke about it in medley swimming, you know, transitioning from one stroke to another and gaining momentum off the wall through transitions. And it applies to the bigger picture as well, where it is literally, you know, from one race to another, it is a momentum. You know, you can fluctuate via weeks, but, you know, you want to try and keep it as consistent as possible from day to day and swim to swim.
This is the last heat of the boys' 200 metres breaststroke. It is still a seeded heat, so still expect some fast racing going on, especially from our middle lanes. Lane 4, Max Malone, we've seen him a few times today. He's taking out this race hard, but he is hot on his heels with Daniel Nguyen and Ashley Lansbury.
Yeah, very good race here from the start, and you can see that, as we've spoken about with other breaststroke events, the kick, the end of the pull is really simultaneous with the end of the kick. The start of the kick is simultaneous with the end of the pull stroke. So when you're pushing those hands through the water, that's when you want to be snapping yourself into that streamline position, so that the fastest part of the kick, which is the end of the kick, right as your feet come together, you want to make sure that your arms are locked into, not a streamline, you don't want them, locked in, but you want your hands next to each other so that they're ready for that next stroke. And in a perfect world, your body must always be moving forward as you do the stroke. Obviously, it can fluctuate and get faster after the kick, and it might be a bit slower when you're pushing your hands through the water. But if you stop and you do your stroke and you stop at the top and you're not actually making any forward progress, that means you're creating too much resistance with your legs, which means your timing is out.
Yeah, that was a beautiful analysis, Elliot. Just describing how you want to do that timing of the breaststroke. Breaststroke timing is one of those very interesting ones. It's not exactly something that comes natural, but once it clicks in place, you just go with it. We can see a great timing that Max is showing us. He is always going forward. He doesn't have that jolty breaststroke that is often associated with that slower efficiency. He is, in fact, moving throughout the field and is coming into this last 50 of the race and is doing nothing but opening the gap that he's created. And it almost seems like he is upping his stroke rate just slightly coming into the end, where those strokes might be a bit shorter, so he's compensating with a bit of a faster rate.
Well, this is what we were saying, you know, the two ways to get faster in swimming, either increase stroke rate or increase stroke length. As the stroke length drops, you need to counteract by increasing your stroke rate so that hopefully you will have a baseline that's nice and consistent. 2:23, excellent time. He'll walk into tonight's final, as we've said. We're about 4 seconds over his PB, but still faster than anyone else in the field, which is all he really needed to do. Now here we are with heat number 1 of event 46. This is the 15-year-old 100 butterfly. Just clocked past 10 past 12.
Sure have. And out in front, we do have our swimmer from Geelong, Jacob Riches, who has had a pretty full program this morning. He's going to take out this first 50 and is looking nice and relaxed as he's coming into the final wall of this 100 fly. Hopefully not too relaxed. Hopefully he can still put in some strong strokes coming into the end.
Yes, we're right on time here with the session report, which is good. We should be finishing just about on that that 107 mark roundabout. But here we have Jacob Riches, the only one to break that 60-second barrier. We'll need to see around sub 102. Looks like, oh, actually, sorry, I take that back. Fourth. Was that 2 people who came fourth? How did that work? Was there a 5th? Oh, wow, very close there between fourth down to 6th.
Yeah, that was all between maybe 0.3.
Yeah. It's close. Definitely a 1/10 of a second separating the person who came 3rd down to the person who came 6th, and that will ultimately, I do think it will cost someone a final. So 101.6, if anyone's in and around there, that definitely is the time between 3rd and 6th, and I think they've basically set the standard in that first heat. It's very rare that you see that many people that close together, and that's almost certainly going to be right on the cutoff of when the when the final will be.
Especially given that our 10th place entry is sitting at a 1:00.62. We're going to hope to see a few more of these athletes get closer to that 1 minute barrier, because it seems like that will be the mark to guarantee a spot in this final, which it seems like our lane for Harrison Main is well on his way to doing. Our country kid from Wodonga has made many a performance so far this morning, and he's touching in a 58.42, followed by Kazai Kojima in a 1:00.16.
Yeah, see, 5th there was faster than 3rd in the previous heat, so it might have just been a slow heat where everyone's looking at each other rather than swimming their own race, because as much as you want to beat the people next to you in order to get into the final, there are 2 other seeded heats that you need to think about. So maybe quite a few of those boys have actually just straight up missed out on tonight's final. Coming into our final seeded heat here, this has gone very quickly. Now, once again, we're missing lane 6 by the looks of it. Also lane 8. The previous heat on the board, it said we were missing lane 5, but he was obviously there. Aisei Kojima?
Not too sure.
I'm bad with names even at the best of times.
If we do stuff up your name, please feel free to come and see us at the commentary desk. We really want to make every effort to make sure that we're saying your names right and we can write it down for future reference.
Final 25 here. Leo Dong still holding on to this lead with Sam Hartley up right next to him. If these guys get even close to breaking that minute barrier, then they're going to go into tonight's final, because we've only seen 2 so far. So anyone under a minute's definitely booked their ticket into the final. And there's 2:59s right there. And fourth comes down to a 1:01.5. So this, I feel like there's going to be a bit of a gap. You know, we might only have 2 or 3 athletes around that minute mark, and then quite a lot bottlenecked around that 1:01 mark, the 61 seconds. And I think for the most part, it seems to be the third 25 where people start losing their way.
Now this will be a very interesting heat to watch. We are up to heat 4 of the 100-meter butterfly, and there is not much separating any of these athletes. Simply looking on paper, there is only half a second between our fastest entry and our slowest entry. So expect these finishes to be fast. That being said, however, lane 4, Harold Zhu, is really taking out this race with gusto. He's touching in a 27.16, and he is a clear person out in front from the rest of this field.
Wow, so we've seen quite a lot of people go out in that 27, but they're coming back in 33s and whatnot. However, as I said, that third 25 seems to be some people's Achilles heel. Definitely doesn't look like that for Harold Zhu because he's maintaining his stroke. Look at how much extension he gets out the back of his stroke. Means that by the time the hands come over the top of the water, it's still moving forward. It's similar to that breaststroke. You don't want to be stopping. 58.26. He's just walked into the final from an unseeded heat. Back in a 31. I can't imagine that he's got a whole lot more speed to give tonight. I really hope that he can potentially get down to that 57, but he's puffing really hard, and you can see his back's a bit red. Means the blood's really flowing around his body. Great swim, young man. Well done.
Yeah, he looks very happy with that one. Congratulations.
Got Alexander Graham here. Not the Alexander Graham, the 100 freestyler international medalist that retired recently. Lives in Hawthorn now. This is Alexander Graham from Wodonga City, that is. I want to see at least one of these guys get under that 105 barrier. We said in a swim off that.
It's not. This is just.
I know,
yeah.
but we said in a swim off that there's a personal pride taken in just beating the person next to you.
Yeah.
And although this is just a normal heat swim, it's just the two of them in the water, all eyes on them. You don't want to be that person that loses out on a head-to-head race.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Marco French is going to have a bit of confidence coming into this last lap. He's switching on those afterburners, really seeing how much he can beat his opponent by. And it looks like he will come in to a big PB over here. He's entered in a 106, but he's touched in a 104.01, blistering that last 25. Getting fast again. We're into our 50 freeze, and we are off with the boys 14 years. This time round, turning, we have Ishak Ismail, who is at it again and is storming home, keeping his head down under the flags, touching in a time of 24.67, which is just over his entry time. But he seems still pretty happy with that performance. Heat 2 is away, and we saw many different ways to start this race. Some of us in this race had very tiny breakouts. Others used those underwaters all the way to that 15-meter mark. And it seems like the one to keep an eye out for is Asuma from Flyers, I think, with the purple cap. Lane 4, yes it is. That is Daniel Collins. Just missing under that 25-second mark, 25.08. Heat 3, what's it gonna be? Still looking incredibly even off the first 25. I can't even call who is out in front. It is all too tight. It might even seem like lane 0 out the back is making a bit of a move, but now lane 3 is pushing through. And it is actually going to be lane 3, Lachlan Harris, in a time of 25.60. Shortly followed by 25.82's Jordan Silva. Very, very tight race between these boys. Heat 4, shut the front door. This is going to be some incredible racing from lane, that is lane 8 who has turned first. And now from our middle lanes, we are seeing some stir-ups going on. Our outside lanes are really putting on a show for us today. But it looks like that Ringwood swimmer in lane 5 is storming. And it is going to be Jaden Kapoor, 27.12.
Got heat 5 of 6 in the pool. It looks like it is our middle lanes here that we should be watching. Our Surrey Park swimmer turning in first there. Can he maintain that lead as people either side of him are closing that gap? Looks like lane 4, Surrey Park. Ryan will take that heat with a 26.11. Do have a tie for third there with a 27.21 between Max and Joshua. And our sixth and final heat, just the 3 boys in the pool. Swimming side by side, so it will be quite a battle. Oh, they all get their feet on the wall about the same time there, so there is nothing in it. Looks like lane 5 is really trying to bring it home here, but will it be enough? And lane 5 touches in first there with a 27.50, but Noah in lane 2 with a 27.60, so there is nothing in it with those 2 boys. Off event 50, our 100-meter butterfly for our 13-year-old boys. And we have 3 heats in this event. Heat 1, looks like lane 4, Cooper Scott is absolutely taking it out. We've watched Cooper Scott dominate a few races this morning. He'll turn there with a significant lead with a time of 28.95, so the only one to go sub a 30 in that first 50. He's just strengthening that lead. It is a little bit of a battle for second though here. Coming underneath the flags now, it will definitely be Cooper Scott that takes it out with a 1:01.54. So another PB for him. And then Rain Lee touching in second there with a 1:05.94. Kick off heat 2 of the 100-metre butterfly. Looks like it will be our swimmer from Nunawading that leads us into the second 25 here. Lachlan Bull will touch in first for that first 50 with a sub-30 time of 29.66, but Evan closely following him from Surrey with a 30.26. Looks like Evan is trying to close that gap ever so slightly. Can Lachlan hold on to that lead for this last 25? Coming underneath the flags now, it is quite a battle. They go stroke for stroke, but it will be Lachlan that led us from start to finish there with a 1:02.98, but Evan with a 1:03.24 following just behind him, and then Alistair Ho there in third with a 1:06.32. Third and final heat in the pool away in racing, and what a flying start there from our lane 3 swimmer. He's backing it up with some great underwaters. It looks like he'll lead us into this second 50. But closing the gap there is lane 5 and lane 6. They've got a little bit of a head-to-head battle for that second spot, but both really fighting for that first. No one wants second. Ethan Kai holding on to that lead ever so slightly. Looks like he's put on the afterburners a little bit. We come underneath the flags. I don't think anyone will be catching him, and he'll touch him first there with a 1:04.21, and then it will be Harry that touches in second with a 1:05.32, but closely following him is Thomas Poppins with a 1:05.86. we kick off event 52, 100-metre butterfly for our youngest qualifiers, our 12-year-olds. We have 3 heats of our 12-year-old 100 fly. And we do have our fastest qualifiers in the middle 3 lanes. So we're looking for that inverted V shape again. Lane 4, our lucky lane, they're turning in first. Looks like he will lead from start to finish here, and he'll touch in first with a 1:07.75, closely followed by Tommy with a 1:11.01, and then John Luca in third with a 1:11.35. We've seen him race earlier this morning. Heat 2 now. Now swimmer there from Yarra, Plenty Waves, turning in first. Elijah Lamont will lead us into the second 50 with a 31.36. Creeping up on him is our DBE swimmer, Jason Wang. Jason Wang opting to stay under the water that little bit longer. Looks like he's had a flying end to this 100 metres butterfly, and it will be Jason Wang that touches him first there with a 1:08.70, and Elijah Lamont will touch in second with a 1:09.27. And our third and final heat of our 12-year-olds 100-metre butterfly. And Billy Main is back and racing again. And it looks like he started his 100 fly the same way as he started every other race, in the lead. Will be Billy Main that leads us into the next 50 with a 31.95. Closing the gap though are those swimmers next to him, lane 4 and lane 5. And Billy's going to really have to put in the effort here. Leonardo is catching him. It looks like Leonardo has taken the lead in this last 25, and it will be Leonardo that touches in first with a 1:09.02, and Billy Main in second with a 1:09.46, and then Yi Yang touching in third with a 1:10.76.
This is the swim-off we've been waiting for, everyone. This is between Callum Rosetta and Maximilian Koya. These boys are going neck and neck. They're trying to fight for one spot tonight. They are going faster than they have ever been, trying to outwit each other. And it is going to be Koya touching in a 24.24. You can hear the crowd. His friends are giving him a loud clap, saying, congratulations, mate. You have booked your ticket.
Starting event 55, the mixed 800 meter freestyle, 15 to 18 years old in here. We've got a couple 15-year-olds, and our oldest qualifier in our first heat is 18 years of age. It is Oscar Campbell in lane 4. So it'll be interesting to see some of our younger swimmers versus our older swimmers in this race. And if they approach this 800 a little bit differently based off experience.
Yeah, it's really interesting just having a look at the entries of this particular hit of the 800. We have quite a few swimmers out of Nunawading, and I always love watching races where training mates are competing against each other, because this is the type of thing that they do every day. In training, it's the people who are next to them who are the ones pushing them and pacing them day in, day out. So you'll often notice that they'll quite similarly go out with their pacing because they're used to working with each other to reach that common goal. And yeah, it's fascinating to see how coaches put together training plans and put together training partners in particular for these longer events, because it does get quite lonely when you're the last ones in the pool every day trying to get over that weekly mileage. So having a training partner that you can also race with is something that is really valuable in these distance environments.
Looks like off to a great start here. We do have Oscar Campbell. We talked about how he was the oldest qualifier in this heat. So really showing that he's got experience over some of our younger athletes, but giving him a little bit of a run for his money is Liam. We've watched Liam race a little bit this morning, so It'll be interesting to see these boys that are going stroke for stroke right now, when they're going to pull away from each other and really make it a race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be an interesting one, especially with this 800. There are many ways to pace an 800. So you could think about it. You could think as 8 100s, which is a lot less common. You can think about it as 4 200s, or in fact, you can think of it as 2 400s. Some might even think of it as 2 300s and a 200. There are many, many, many different ways in which you can break apart this race. And so you'll see many different ways that this race will be swum. Quite a common one I see is 4 200s, because you can think about the first one as easy speed, setting up that stroke, setting up that length that we were talking about when we had the 400s earlier in the session. And now that we're actually getting into the second 200 of this race, it can be more about finding the solid catch in your stroke and making sure that you stay on top of the water. Talking about when you get into your third 200, maybe perhaps doing a build and trying to kick up a gear or half a gear every 50 meters or so. And then by the time you get into your fourth 200, you should be letting it rip and absolutely letting all guns blazing as you try and finish that race at full speed. But absolutely, it still looks like we're in that controlling phase of that race. You can see both our boys in the middle lanes turning at the exact same time. They are very relaxed. They've got long strokes. Their legs are relaxed. Their kicking is only taking the purpose of controlling their rotation and maintaining their stability in the water, not really using their kick for much propulsion at this point, saving it for later on in the race.
And so there's less than a second separating Oscar Campbell and Liam Paulson at the moment. But don't discount Marley Sutherland, who's trying so desperately to close that gap between him and the other three. And like we were talking about before, different race plans. So it'll be interesting to see when Marley really tries to make that move. Looks like Marley in this 400-meter mark, he's treating it as if it's 400, and he's picking up the pace again here. Started to incorporate those legs that little bit more. I'm really loving the length on Marley Sutherland's stroke at the moment.
I'm going to give a little shout out to the girls we have in this race. We have Lucy Doyle and Madison Brand. Both of these girls are highly successful, particularly on the national scene, picking up medals in the open water and in the distance pool events. They are giving these boys a run for their money in this race, and it is tricky because they are in the outside lanes, lanes 1 and lane 8, so it's hard for them to race each other, but they have plenty of support all around them to try and motivate them to touch these walls first.
Now, a quick little shout out to all of our athletes competing across this weekend. We have 1,375 athletes at this competition, which means 4,877 entries and 87 clubs being represented. That's a huge amount of clubs. So 87 clubs is fantastic to see, and all the coaches and the team managers and the athletes on pool deck. It's such a great atmosphere having 2 pools on the go. It's all fun and exciting at MSAC this weekend.
It sure is. And turning our attention back to the screen, we are seeing, we've seen a lot of red, we've seen a lot of green, but now we're also seeing yellow on the board. That means that people have swum the exact same time for 2 laps in a row, and I think that's an excellent demonstration of consistency. If you can hold the exact same time multiple 50s in a row, I think you know your paces.
Now it's really interesting to see how they do pace themselves. So they're looking at their coaches that are waving at them, giving them a thumbs up, like, yes, you're on the right track, or no, go faster, keep moving, or are they looking at the board for those green times and those orange times, or are they just focusing on how many strokes they're doing or counting their laps? There's lots and lots to think about in distance swimming.
There sure is, and with distance swimming, you're in the pool a lot, which means you are training a lot, getting many hours in the pool, so you might need to, while you're here at this state age, hop upstairs to Funky Trunks and Funkita, get some new bathers for those trainings. They've been a major sponsor of Swimming Victoria for 9 years, and they have been partnering with Australian companies like the Way Funky Company, so that Swimming Victoria can provide swimmers with the excellent experiences that they have here today. So make a statement with their bold and colourful designs, check out the website, or go upstairs where they have set up a pop-up shop.
And we're starting to hear those whistles, so that means that we're nearing the end of this 800-metre swim. And it looks like these boys have pulled away from each other. And there it is, Oscar Campbell, our oldest qualifier, touching there with an 8:31.62. Liam Paulson maintaining that second place spot with an 8:34.23. And then Marley Sutherland creeping in for that third spot with an 8:35.02. Now it looks like our first girl is about to finish. And it will be Lucy Doyle there that touches in a 9:04.63. And then coming down now is Madison Brand.
Just waiting for those times to become official. Likely looking at that Hawkeye system when the touchpads don't exactly work.
Looks like Madison Brand touched there in a it's heat 2 away and racing of our 800-metre freestyle. Now again, we've got a few girls in here. We've got 5 girls in this race, so fantastic to see that. And then there is 5 boys, so pretty even split.
All right, now for this 800 freestyle, we are very lucky today to be joined by one of the coaches at Nunna Cheltenham. Welcome, Caden Gill. How are you?
I'm very good. How are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. Now, Caden, you had a few athletes racing in the last heat. Can you tell me a bit about the race plans that you were giving to them?
Right now, just for the boys, I had Scotty and Oscar Campbell. We had a couple of other shows from Nunna as well, from Maddie Brand, who used to train at Nunna Chult, and Lucy Doyle in there as well. But the two that I was focusing on, Scotty and Oscar, and what they were focusing on is just making sure that they're, kind of two different race plans between them. They had Oscar, because he's been real consistent. Unfortunately, Scotty's been a little bit sick, so he's kind of been out of the water. So that for Scotty was just more or less seeing just where he was at, and to see that he was only +4 over an 800, that I was pretty happy about that. And, giving him a little bit more confidence, maybe we're a lot fitter and in a better stage than we may have predicted.
Yeah, awesome.
With Oscar, he's been really consistent in his training and really devoted, which is really awesome to see. So we've seen a lot of improvements, but I think it's more getting his confidence up in the first half of the race.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because what we saw was like a really good close race, and it's awesome to see, so much fitness and so much speed, especially in that last 100. But I would probably prefer to see that speed being shared around as fast as splits instead of just kind of banking it for the end.
Yeah, exactly. How do you kind of implement that in training? How do you train that kind of behaviour so that those splits are being held faster for the entire race rather than just the end?
Oh, it's pretty easy to kind of tell, through training. Just you might do a set that's quite repetitive, and your athletes' times might be a little bit consistent, or they might fall off as the set goes on. But the closer you get towards the end, you might see them coming out of their shell, and all of a sudden they're going faster than some of their first ones. And okay, it's the last one, and now it's the last one special, the hero swim. So then all of a sudden now they're 2-3 seconds faster than what they were already holding, which is always fun to kind of do. And I've done it myself. I was a sprinter, and that was like what I lived for. But now looking back on it, it's much better to kind of not have that last one special, but almost if that last one at your maximum effort, or what am I trying to say here? To not have anything left in the tank
to empty it every time.
To empty it
every time. Treat every single effort like it's the last one.
And that's what it needs to be.
Yeah.
So if you have enough in the tank to do a hero swim, all right, then next time we do a set, let's reevaluate what our average pace needs to be, so that hero swim doesn't happen.
Yeah. Can we have target paces to hit for maybe effort 3, for effort 5, for effort 7, so that effort 8 is completely done.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's not about banking at all. That's when it needs to come out in a race, which is awesome to see. But it's just in a race as well. A lot of it's on confidence.
Oh, absolutely.
And confidence in your fitness, and confidence in your stroke, and your ability to maintain a certain speed.
Yeah, knowing how many hours that you've put into that pain bank. Because you know how they say if you've done something incredibly difficult in training, you know that you can at least cope with it when you race. It's not going to be less painful when you race. It damn hurts when you race.
It certainly does.
But you know what it feels like, and you know what to expect, and you know how to manage it both physically but also mentally, and know how to push past that barrier mentally.
I've actually never heard that expression, the pain bank.
Pain bank, yeah.
No, I like that. I'm going to take that on if you don't mind.
Oh, absolutely. It's a relative of the Hurt Locker, if you've heard of that one.
I've heard of that one. The Hurt Locker is always a common one, but the pain bank. Oh,
yeah, you got to cash it in when it's time. The multi-layered analogy there.
I like that. No. But yeah, how's everything on your side? How's the commentary, the entertaining? How's all that going?
Oh, it's been a busy day. We've seen a lot of 100 backs, a lot of 100 breasts. It's been a busy day on the IM side and the 50 free, so it's definitely been a big variety. But these races, the 800s, have certainly been a great opportunity to flesh out some of our more technical concepts in swimming and give our viewers a bit of more of an insight as to more of the intricacies of training. And this is probably a good chance for us to turn to the screen, we do have lane 4, Lachlan Patton and Zachary Scherer. They are taking out... Oh, seems like we have a few things going on with our board. Yeah, there are a few.
With the numbers.
Yes. So actually it's an interesting thing to talk about. If you look on the left-hand side of the screen when the camera does cut to it, we do have lap counters, and for events like this is the 800 free that has 32 laps. I don't know about you, but I could not count 32 laps. I would go in a tizzy. So, in order to prevent overswimming or underswimming, we have lap counters down on the far side of the pool. We have our incredible volunteers who are there, who are turning them over. And the athletes, if they do lose count, they can take a sneaky breath up, or they can have a nice look when they're doing their tumble turn, just to see how long they have to go. Of course, they will receive the bell when they have 50 metres to go, but it is very important to know what lap you're on, especially if you have a race plan that is specific to which block you are in. Now, while we still have you, Kate, I'm just going to ask you one more question. A lot of your athletes here, they are, especially for this longer meet, they're racing multiple races. Do you have any who are, say, doing the 400, 800, 15 combo? And how do you make sure that your athletes are staying on top of everything that they need to for recovery so that they can back up these races?
I think as you... I guess like an athlete performing at least a state level or above, like you learn a lot about recovery through like big training sessions and other days that you might have competitions elsewhere where you're absolutely loading on swims through the day. You might have 5 heat sessions and therefore you might come back with 5 finals at night. So then how do you race, recover, prep, refuel? So all through competitions that's, whether it's metros, whether it's countries, that a lot of swimmers have, I guess, experience with and also do. So at a day like, states where some swimmers, like a big program might be 3 swims a day. And then out of those 3 swims, you might make the final for 2 if you're lucky enough, and then you might be in a relay towards the ends.
Yeah.
And for a day that's almost like as long as what states is, they're quite long days when you go from the start of the heat
till like 9 o'clock.
End of the finals, yeah. All of a sudden it kind of opens your day up, and you're allowed to, or you've got the freedom to go in and take your time, and as soon as your race is finished, you can go into the cool down pool, make sure you get that the recovery in of what you and your coach kind of speak about and what is good for your recovery. And
absolutely.
Yeah, a lot of time to sit back down, get off your legs. That's what I encourage my swimmers to do. Like if you're not swimming or not warming up, then just
you should be resting.
Resting,
exactly.
off your feet.
Yeah. All right. And thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a pleasure listening to you and all of your insights, and hopefully we'll join you soon.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. Thank you for having me on. Just don't tell any of my secrets, okay?
Never. That was Heat 2 of the 800 Freestyle. In first place, we had lane 5, Zachary Scherer from South Gippsland Baths. All right, so we have a swim-off about to go on between Emma Baldwin and Kazia Lockwood for the women's 50-metre freestyle. Ladies and gents, we have been treated with these swim-offs. This is the third one that we are seeing for today, and these girls are putting in everything to get that spot in their final. There are two girls, there is one spot. Who is it going to be? They are touching off that first wall so evenly. The anticipation is building. The clubs are getting behind these girls, but it looks like Emma Baldwin might just have the edge. But Kazia's closing in, and it is going to be Emma Baldwin in a 27.63. There was just 0.19 separating those two girls, so congratulations. That's a finals ticket for you, Emma. Should be very proud. This is our last event of the session. This is the 800-metre freestyle. We are up to heat 3 of 3. Our swimmers are Olivia Toe, Grace Riches, and Avia Dennis. We are joined today, as we're doing our last heat, by Jason Helwig from Swimming Victoria. Hi, Jason. How are you doing?
I'm going well. How are you?
I'm
Been a
doing
good morning.
well, thanks. Yes, it has been a very good morning. We've seen some awesome racing. There's been so many exciting things going on. It seems like tonight there are going to be some Victorian records that may be under some pressure. And we have definitely been treated to some quality racing.
Yeah, it's great, isn't it? It's a terrific meet, this one. Just the sort of uniqueness of having the two pools.
It sure is.
We had a complete full house upstairs. It's really great.
It sure is. What does it take behind the scenes to put together such a large event like this, where you've got the best swimmers in Victoria all in one spot?
It's a big effort. We're lucky. We've got a great team. Josh Barilla, Sienna Dobson in our events team, but the whole kind of SV workforce gets in behind it. So there's lots of moving parts. And we've got our technical managers, Heather O'Connor and Sally Whitehouse as well. The critical piece for this meet's actually to work with the venue. So MSAC are terrific. So it's one thing to have the AOE and this live stream set up, which is what we normally do, but we've got to duplicate it all for one meet. So it's a temporary build.
It sure is.
For all of that. So there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, lots of moving parts, lots of planning. But the critical piece is all of the relevant organisations and teams.
Yes, it's like
together.
different parts of a jigsaw puzzle that you all have to put in place. They all have their own role, but when they come together, you get the full picture of this incredible meet that we've got going on. Yeah, and MSAC, it is such a beautiful facility. It is known to host many major events. Notably, MSAC hosted, alongside the City of Melbourne, the 2022 World Short Course Championships, which of course brought some of the best international stars of our sport to Melbourne, the place we call home. And we hope to see many more events like that in the future.
Absolutely, and that was a wonderful meet. And we've got National Short Course here next month.
Yes, from the 1st to the 3rd of October.
Yeah, in the outdoor pool, which is just being refurbished. So that'll be a great sort of, competitive launch for the refurbished outdoor pool. So Yeah, I think, and that'll be a good meet too. And for the Victorians to swim at home, we had a very good open short course championships a couple of weeks ago. From what we've seen this morning, I think this is going to be an equally, if not even better meet in terms of the performances. So hopefully that sort of relays up then to a great nationals for Victorian swimmers as well. So signs are good.
Yeah, it sure will. There's definitely advantages to having a home meet. I mean, apart from the obvious, you do get to stay in your own home, which is always a bit more comfy than a hotel, but also having that increased level of support, having your parents, having your support system, having your friends, being able to be a simple drive away from watching you swim can really make all the difference at an event like this. It really takes a village to raise a swimmer, and it takes a village to support that swimmer in their own journey.
Yeah, it does. And I think a home championship at a national level is a pretty precious experience, great memories. Of course, every swimmer wants to do well, and especially wants to do well at home. But, you get a few advantages, but it does bring some added pressure as well. So a bit of work to be done to navigate all of that. But,
of course.
Coaches and swimmers seem to get their head around it pretty well.
Yeah, definitely. But I think these swimmers have swum more laps than they can even imagine in this pool at MSAC, because most of the major meets are held at this location. But just turning our focus to the pool, we are halfway through this 800-metre freestyle, and Grace Richards has got such a dominating lead over this field. She has easily got 2 body lengths over the other girls and is still looking so relaxed in this race. She has such a long stroke, and you'll notice off her turns, she is still taking some kicks and using the momentum that she's building to carry her into the next lap. Especially here, we saw beautifully she breathed on her second stroke even further, trying to use that momentum to keep going with that race. Now, also note noting that with the asterisk next to Ava Dennis. Ava Dennis is one of our multi-class swimming athletes who are swimming right now. Now, Jason, can you tell us what happens? This is obviously a very busy time at Swimming Victoria. We've obviously just had Victorian Metro Champs, we've had Opens, and now we've had Age, and also coming into Nationals. Once this dies down, what's going to be the main focus around Swimming Victoria? Is going to be more around our squads that you've got. I know the recent Horton squad was recently announced, or perhaps more workshops. Can you tell us a bit more about that?
Yeah, we sort of, the year goes through in sort of different phases, obviously, with major events, short course and long course. But underneath that, there's a pretty constant sort of business as usual of sport development work, pathways performance. Obviously, our comms team goes all year round. And then just the business operations side of it, membership. So there's a constant ticker of sort of standard stuff, and then we kind of push out into the competition seasons as well. So once this meet's over, Josh and the team will do a really strong review. After every meet, we kind of get together and go through every aspect of each event, document that. I hope one of the things people are hopefully noticing is, there's no sort of rinse and repeat in our competitions. Every year we focus very hard on those areas for improvement. most notably for this meet, the heat sessions are generally about an hour less than they were for this meet last year, which is something that we were really, really keen to improve from last year. So we'll do that. They'll look after that. We've got a regional development weekend coming up in Wodonga in October, which will be great. We've done a few of those lately. We've been to Horton and Ballarat, so heading up to Wodonga, which will be terrific. Preparations then obviously for the long course season continues. We've got an AGM. We've got our sort of governance stuff. So annual general meeting, annual reports.
Yeah,
obviously the Nationals will be here, so we'll do whatever we can to support and assist Swimming Australia in regards to that meet. And then, believe it or not, we also start work on next year's budget, which I know probably sounds as boring as a shit, but it's really important. There's always lots of stuff going on. Some of it you see, most of it you don't. All of it makes a difference.
Yeah.
Everything that we do is really designed for one purpose, which is to improve the experience of the sport. Obviously, the most important person is the swimmer, but coaches, volunteers, officials, parents, fans of the sport, we've got an obligation to do everything we can to improve everyone's experience.
Absolutely.
It's a process that's just constantly evolving, and we aim to get better at everything we do all the time. So we'll see how we go. Now that race just finished, so I better let you wrap that up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. That was Jason Hellwig from Swimming Victoria. And this race has finished in first place. We had Grace Richards in a 9:41.61, Avia Dennis in a 9:49.06, and Olivia Toe in a 9:52.85. Now that wraps up the first heat session for the 2025 UNCLOUD Victorian Age Short Course Championships. Thank you so much for joining in live on YouTube on this Swimming Victoria channel. We will hopefully see you again at the finals tonight, and we look forward to seeing you throughout this weekend.